Time is 7:02 p.m. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Mayor and Town Council for Tuesday, July 23rd. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Draco.
Here.
Counselor Gonzalez. Here. Counselor Minke.
Here.
Counselor Nagel.
Here.
Counselor Page.
Here.
Counselor Ford.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Rada. Here. Counselor Kiniakos.
Here.
Mayor Tristan.
Here. All right, moving along, to approve the agenda. There was only, there was a change, in order that we wanted to do for, new business. We wanted to adjust item A and switch it with item B, so that our friends from CROG could, go first. Is that reason, do we need to vote on that, or is that good?
When you make the motion to approve the agenda, yes.
Okay. All right, any other changes that anyone proposes? All right, I move that we approve the agenda with changing new business item A and swapping it with item B.
Second.
All right, any discussion? We'll look in a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All
Aye.
right, motion carries. All right, moving on, we have one proclamation to do tonight, in honor of the passing of the Americans with Disabilities Act's 34th anniversary. Proclamation. Whereas the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, was enacted into law 34 years ago on July 26, 1990, by President George H.W. Bush. And whereas Newington, Connecticut upholds the principles of equality and inclusion for individuals living with disabilities as outlined by the state of Connecticut and embodied in the ADA, Connecticut state laws, and Newington ordinances. And whereas the ADA has significantly improved the lives of over 61 million Americans living with disabilities. And whereas the ADA has advanced equal access to employment, government services, public accommodations, commercial facilities, and public transportation. And whereas the ADA has prohibited discrimination against individuals living with disabilities. And whereas the ADA has ensured that individuals living with disabilities have equitable opportunities to participate in all aspects of American life. And whereas all of Newington's governmental departments collaborate with constituents and residents to uphold the promise of hope, freedom, and independence envisioned by the ADA's enactment. And whereas the ADA Coalition of Connecticut, ADACC, has provided funding to support educational and awareness initiatives during a commemorative anniversary event at Mill Pond Park on July 25th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Newington Town Council reaffirms our dedication to empowering Americans with disabilities through equitable access, enabling them to achieve their full potential and pursue the American dream. We extend greetings, best wishes to all who recognize July 26, 2024 as Americans with Disability Acts Awareness Day. Second. Motion made, seconded by Councilor Claude. Any discussion on this? Councilor Claude.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say on this occasion, you can't talk about the Americans with Disabilities Act in the town of Newington without talking about the incredible public service, advocacy, educational work, organizing that Bill DeMayo, our own superintendent of Parks and Recreation, has done in the town of Newington for folks with disabilities, for folks without disabilities, certainly as well, a great service to them too. But a lot of the work that we need to do as a town to pursue ADA compliance, to create a community that's vibrant and accessible to folks with disabilities is work that Bill is identifying and leading the charge on. So I want to recognize Bill as well for the great work that he's done.
You're here. Any other discussion with councilors? All right, seeing none, we had a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None, the motion carries. Congratulations. All right. Moving on to public participation. If you'd like to participate in public participation in the room, please step up to the microphone and state your name and address for the record. If you'd like to participate over Zoom, please use the raise hand function. If there's multiple people, we'll alternate between in the room and over Zoom.
Good evening, Town Council, Mayor Trister, Jamie. My name is Stanley Sobieski. I reside at 26 Deepwood Drive, Newington, Connecticut. I'm here for two reasons. Number one, I'm asking the Town Council to please consider a motion authorizing the mayor to send a letter to the Department of Transportation Commissioner for the rail station. It's been long overdue and we've got to move on this, in my opinion. Second reason I'm down here also is that I think it's about time we get a pool done. For 4 years, we've been batting around where we're going to put it, this, that. It's time we put our residents and children ahead, and we need to get this now. I'm in favor of the where it's going from what I understand. So I'm going to ask you to please consider it, and let's try to get this moving as soon as we can. It takes over a year to put that in. So we need to get this moving and let our kids be able to enjoy the summer. Thank you for your kind, let me talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a few on Zoom, so we'll go to the first one. Mr. Knowlton.
Hi, my name is Phil Knowlton. I live at 44 Cinnamon Road here in Newington. I'm speaking on behalf or in favor of the Newington swimming pool and splash pad. I'm the father of now 6 kids, and I've got 4 kids ages 6 and under. And then I've got a 24-year-old and a 21-year-old. And so for more than 20 years, I've been going to other towns to go to their splash pads, and also, we actively participate in the both pools. We put our kids through the lessons, that they teach up at Churchill. I think they're having a splash pad and also the swimming pool over at Mill Pond, near the rec center is a good place to put it. It's sort of an area that, brings a sense of community. When you have a splash pad that's open for even, earlier and later than the swimming pool, because you don't need to have a lifeguard there. I think there's a lot of opportunities to bring people to Mill Pond with this project, and I'm in favor of it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Knowlton.
you.
Anyone else in the room? Come on up.
Gary Bowles, 28 Burden Lane, Newington. Regarding agenda item 7D, you will be authorizing Randy Frank Consulting to enter into negotiations with a prospective town manager candidate regarding a contract for employment. In my opinion, a little bit of history, the best town manager that we were privileged to have was Peter M. Curry, who was the first town manager when we transitioned from the first selectman to the town council manager form of government in 1971. Some members of this present council may remember Peter. Sadly, Peter passed away on May 24th, 2024 at the age of 87. Peter was our town manager from 1971 until 1985, 14 years. In his obituary, it stated that Peter remained steadfast regarding his belief in the worth of democratic government and the importance of consistency management government affairs honestly and equitably in the best interest of citizens. That was his calling. I was so honored to know Peter for his dedication and devotion to Newington. He once told me that as town manager, he was on call 24/7. He was always available to us. I remember the December winter morning of 1984. After moving into my new house, it was a Saturday morning after a snowfall. I was clearing my driveway and up pulled a town car. It was Peter. He was going around town checking on things. He stopped his car, got out, and came over to greet me. He asked to borrow my snow shovel and said to me with a smile, "Let me help you. You missed a spot." This is just one instance of many instances of this kind of man Peter was. Truly a remarkable person I will never, ever forget. As you can see from my illustration, he didn't put himself above anyone. He knew most town employees by name, and he was well-liked. Many times he came to work early and left late. I certainly hope that this candidate, if chosen, will exemplify the qualities that I've mentioned. And on another note, on the system of transparency, when the process is open and the public is informed, isn't it true we get a better picture of who is being hired? Shouldn't the public have a resume, a resume they can read and evaluate so they can ask good questions about town manager candidates? Public input should be a quality experience and the result of an informed public. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll go to one on Zoom. You can come up, but we're gonna go to one on Zoom first. Yeah, you can sit, but we're gonna go to someone on Zoom first here. Mr. Duggan. Mr. Duggan? Okay, we'll go to the next one then on Zoom. Ending in 598. Phone number ending 598, you're up.
Hello. Yeah,
Hello.
I'm a resident from.
Can you state your name and
Stephen
address for the record, please?
Stephen Mayon, 58 Theodore Street.
Thank you. Go right
And
ahead.
yeah, I'm in favor of the Mill Pond for the splash pads at Church Hill.
Thank you very much. Any other?
All right, have a good one.
All right, you take care. Have a good one. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
All right, you're up. How you doing?
Hi, I'm Carol Graham. I live at 58 Theodore Street here in town, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Historically, the two things that are probably the most difficult for people are change and spending the money to make changes. And I believe that we have the opportunity here to make our parks like the best they possibly can be. And it does take change and it takes money, but I believe that the people of our town are worth every penny. So I'm in favor of the pool in Mill Pond, the splash pad, and the splash pad at Churchill. And I also have the faith in those who are designing this because they have the knowledge that I certainly don't, but they do know how to make continual changes to make our town better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to Zoom. Mr. Ostrowski.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, Greg Ostrowski, 267 Audubon Avenue. I want to speak today about the Mill Pond Pool Project. I'm a relatively new resident of Newington, but even with my limited time in town, I've heard a lot about the pool. A suggestion I wanted to offer is to work closely with the immediate neighbors of the new pool. While the entire town needs to have their say, the immediate abutters will be facing a change in their everyday. This should not mean halting of all progress, but addressing their concerns directly is a must to keep the project moving smoothly and will garner public support in the long run. Some of the concerns and arguments against the plan include where it should go, what it should include, whether we should do both Mill Pond and Churchill at once, and any other number of arguments attempting to stop any and all change. but we can't let perfect be the enemy of good. Even today, despite the excellent maintenance done by our town employees, the pool is showing its age. While all of the members of this town council may have aged like fine wine, our public infrastructure tends to not do the same. I remember a hearing a ways back where many of you mentioned learning to swim in the very pool that sits there now, but I wouldn't mind my son getting the opportunity to play and swim in a pool built a bit more recently. Ultimately, the pool will be sent to referendum for the town's voters to decide, and addressing people's concerns will be key in getting their approval. Our pool needs updating, and a lot of hard work has been put in to get us to where we are now, but we need to be sure not to let attempts at perfection stop progress, or we'll be waiting around all day.
Thank you, Mr. Stritzky. You're up.
Hi. Dana Havens, 113 Stoddard Avenue. I don't think anyone here or in this town doesn't understand that we need to do something about our aging pools. What I do know is that this new pools committee didn't even ask the architect about the alternative locations that were given to the previous committee. I also know they didn't even discuss them other than to hear the park and rec director say that this was the best option for his summer campers and most specifically for the summer preschool program. But I'd like to remind everybody that we're not here just for the summer preschool programs or the summer campers, but for all of Newington when thinking about our pools. What was never discussed by this new committee was the fact that the architect has stated in the meetings of the previous committee that with technology and materials today, we can keep the pool in the same area and would not experience all the same problems the current pool is experiencing today. He recommended actually option 2 from the presentation that was given in 2023, stating that it was the best approach to renovate the pool. That option uses the existing shell of the old pool and saves about $340,000 over the third option, which is to totally remove the existing pool and design a new one. The increase in the cost between those two options reflects anticipated PCB removals. So in reality, we could absolutely keep the pool where it is for less than $2 million, whether we choose option 2 or option 3. My thoughts on this are we could replace the wading pool area in the much desired splash pad with the much desired splash pad, or start the zero entry there. And to get around the preschoolers not being able to walk near the pond unless it's fenced in, drive them over on that cool little train, or even go ahead with the $350,000 preschool playground that's part of this $12 million project and build the splash pad adjacent to that. That would bring the total up to options 2 or 3 around $4 million, but it would keep our park almost intact and parking to get to the pool would remain close and convenient, unlike the plan to move it to Garfield. And that's it. It's, let's look at all the other plans, people.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dana.
We'll go back to Zoom one more time. Mr. Duggan, try again. Mr. Duggan? All right, we'll move on to the next one. Miss Sarah. Miss Sarah? All right. What are you?
Sandy Austin Goldstein, 84 Moreland Avenue in Newington. When I have 2 young adult sons now, but when they were little, when my older son was 3 weeks old, his first outing was to Mill Pond Park to see a concert. And when I was pregnant with my second son, where I told my husband about the child was at Mill When my former husband came home from Iraq from fighting in the war, the week that he was home, what did we do? We went to Mill Pond to fly kites. My history with Mill Pond is not any different than probably all of you, probably all have stories to tell about when you brought your families there and what you did there. And it's been a very important part of my family history. When people are looking to the answers, they need to not just look to the people and their neighbors about their experiences, but also look to the POCD, because they spent over 15 months researching that and talking to people and talking to commissions and just talking to regular residents. What did they want? And the top answer among all answers, beyond community facilities, beyond even character of town, which was also on the list, was open space. Open space was at the top. And the more concrete we add to any facility, you can't unring the bell. With the money that is being looked at, being spent for the park, we could either, do it one way, or we can put a lot of money into it. But town dollars are finite. Town tax money is finite. And if we can take some of that money and, buy open space, which is what the people are asking for, that may be better use of the money than to put more concrete into the park. I'm not opposed to smart development. But I also think that it's important that town council pays attention to the POCD and listens to what the people were saying in that document.
Evening, Bill McCarthy, 206 Churchill Drive. First and foremost is the pool committee. I think they've done a wonderful job in the last few weeks, months. And I think that the proposal that they're bringing forward to the council this evening is a good proposal. Doesn't mean that the committee's done with their job. They still have a lot of work to do. And I would hope that they understand that. I think that beyond looking at the pool, what the committee is actually proposing is we need to consider the bonding issue and the referendum itself. If we want to get it on this year's ballot, then we have to start thinking about making some recommendations to the town clerk to present a referendum question to the state and also to the population. There's going to be a little bit of a headache because of early voting, but we haven't figured that one out yet. The other things that's it on the pool. I'm glad to see that you guys are still working on the town manager. Good luck with that. And then the train station. I'm on the fence about the train station. I think it's not a station, it's a stop. And I think it's in Windsor Locks. They have a train stop, which is not a station. It's a platform where the train stops and you can park cars and go wherever you need to go. I think this is what one of the ideas is that should be considered for a station. The other proposal that was put forward a couple of years ago was very grandiose, which was basically redesigning and creating a small city on Fenn Road. I do and I don't agree with that whole idea. I think it would be wonderful to incorporate a new city with central Connecticut. That would be a great grandiose idea. It's not what the town of Newington necessarily needs, but it would take that whole the whole Fenn Road area and create a different town of Newington. We have to take that into consideration. I don't like that idea. I support the train stop. I guess that's what it would be. And what else? Oh, just the Hartford Hospital property. It's sort of like, last I heard, through the rumor mill or whatever it was that they had taken it off the market, which to me, from a real estate point of view, that does not make sense. They said, somebody had said, well, they're going to discuss what they want to do as far as creating whatever they want to create up there. There's a lot of different things that can be done with that property. Right now, I want to know, is it still on the market? And is there a subcommittee or anything that's discussing what we might be doing with that property in the future? Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to Zoom here. Try one more time with, oh, there we go, Mrs. Duggan.
Okay.
We're gonna try again. Can you hear me?
Oh, there we are.
Oh, good. Third time's a charm.
There we go.
So we're talking about the pool and the splash pad. We have grown children that are no longer in Newington, so we have no dog in the
Well,
fight.
could you just state your name and address for the record? I'm so sorry.
Oh, sure. Joe Duggan and Carol Duggan, 17 Dover Road, Newington.
Thank you.
So we have grown children, so this is not something we're, involved with our kids, but we're in favor of the new pool at Mill Pond Park, the splash pads at Mill Pond and Churchill. We think this will benefit children of all ages, be a wonderful place for children with special needs to have fun while cooling off on a hot day. And if this is promoted by Bill DeMayo, basically everything he's done in his previous job in New Britain, and since he's been in Newington, has been a tremendous benefit to the community. So I highly endorse this. We highly endorse this. So hopefully people will go along with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience. You're up.
Good evening. My name is Carol Annis and I reside at 30 Harding Avenue. For full disclosure, I am a commissioner on the Park and Recreation Board, as well as a member of the Town Pools Project Committee. I am here this evening to urge you to move this project to referendum. I previously served on the building committee that made the decision to locate the Aquatic Center on Garfield Street. We did not make this decision lightly, as we based it on scientific studies. We understand that there was a pushback to the location. However, this is the best location for the Aquatic Center, as well as a location that will have the most longevity. With the Garfield Street improvements on the table, safety with traffic and crossing should not be a factor to this location. Also, there is plenty of parking and the walk would not be any longer than it is currently at Churchill. And by relocating the pools to this new location, we're going to be gaining just as much open space as well as additional open space that surrounds the pond, which should be the focal point of the park. The Aquatic Center will be used not only by our residents of all ages, but also daily by our campers and preschoolers that are also residents of this town. Having the splash pads at both Mill and Churchill will be able to serve our community from April to October or November, depending on the weather. You can think of the splash pads as a water playground and a community gathering site, much like our playgrounds. Currently, there are a lot of residents that go to other towns to use the splash pads. This should not be acceptable to you that we cannot provide this to our own residents. There are also ideas on the table to be able to have the pool open for longer than just the summer months. We have always been a reactive town. It's time that we become proactive and move this project forward so all the voters in this town will have a say and an opportunity to weigh in, not just those that are commenting on social media sites or the 9 of you. Once again, I support this project being moved forward pursuant to the statutes in the timely fashion, and move it to referendum in November and let our voters decide once and for all if our town needs a new pool and 2 splash pads. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go back to Zoom. Miss Sarah.
Hi, this is Diana Sarah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. I live at 237 Reservoir Road. I am also a commissioner on the Parks and Rec Commission board. I want to say that also as former town council, we've been looking at these projects of these pools for years, even when I was a liaison to Parks and Rec. But it's time to stop putting Band-Aids on these pools and throwing money away every year to just keep them going and finally put something in place that all of our residents can enjoy, from whether it's just kids playing in the park where they can go to the splash pads and have a good time because you don't need lifeguards, or go to the pools and have swimming lessons and play with their friends during the day, where adults can do exercise classes and enjoy their time there. This is something for everybody in our community, and it's about time we pass this and move it forward. The location is fine where it's going to be. The other part pool won't be there. It's going to be turned back to grass. We're not losing any of the park like people think we're losing. This is just a better spot for everybody for this pool. So please vote in favor of this and move this to referendum in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jim Eisner at 154 Hartford Avenue. I've been there a town resident for 72 years. I had the opportunity to use the Mill Pond tool for 62 years right now. Sitting in the pool now, doing my exercise, senior time. Right now, I'm looking, it hasn't changed in 62 years, okay? It's about time right now, so, and that's all I really have to say, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a couple more on Zoom. Phone number ending 595. Phone number ending 595. You're up.
Looks like they're muted. Oh, there we go.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Hi. Thank you for hearing me. My name is John Rogalewski. I'm at 37 Bushy Hill Drive. And I'm calling to definitely vote in favor of this project. I've raised 3 children in this town, and now my 3 grandchildren are essentially attending the same facilities 30 years later. That it just needs an upgrade. We definitely need to do this. I had the pleasure, I have to echo Joe Duggan's words, I had the pleasure of working with the Parks Director in New Britain for many years, and there's nothing he didn't touch that wasn't extremely successful. So if he recommends it, then I would definitely go forward. And I've been at the pool, I visit the park 3 times a week. I would definitely recommend that we go forward with this project. And thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much.
Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. I don't know if I've got Mr. Bowles beat, but I think I have Mr. Meisner beat for the number of years I've been here. And I've been aging in place like the pools have. I've seen what's happened. I swam in the pond at Churchill Park. And over the years, I've witnessed the sports activities, the swimming activities, Churchill Park. When my brother was playing softball, looks the same way today, if not worse than it did 25 years ago. I'm not debating that something needs to be done. What I'm upset with this, not just this project, but with other projects that have come before you, just because in previous years they weren't moved quickly, I personally feel as though they're moving too quickly, not to come to a conclusion as to what should be done. But this referendum question, and all the other times that I've seen referendums come before the town council and projects come before the town council, they were well on their way to have been established as to what was going to happen, and they were presented before June. If back in November, when the new administration took over, you felt this was a priority, I question why it wasn't brought to this table in January, February. All of a sudden in June, one park committee is disbanded and another one is set up. It didn't even have minority representation until the second meeting. And quite honestly, I said to Eileen Francolino, and she agreed with me. I said, I shouldn't have to look at 3 different meetings. I shouldn't have to look at the Parks and Rec minutes. I shouldn't have to look at the pool committee meetings, and I shouldn't have to come to town council to figure out the pieces to the puzzle. The meeting that I last saw, there was a motion to move forward with the proposal as presented with that column, whatever that column was, added to the town council for them to proceed as they see fit. When I picked up the referendum or the agenda for the meeting tonight, what was presented to you is entirely different than what I heard at that meeting. I'm not saying the bottom line isn't the same, but I've heard different answers to the question of when do we have to get this done? How are we going to get it to referendum? I haven't heard any discussions about where we're going to get the money for this. Unfortunately, I have seen way too many times, having attended capital improvements projects and seeing your long-range plan, that the long-range plan is not your long-range plan. It's 1 year given and that's it. I have watched as Anna Reynolds sat back and waited while the town hall was built. I watched John Wallace get put aside when we had the oil spill and then the monies went somewhere else. I sat and watched numerous 4 years of talks about this town hall and promises made to the library that their project was going to be next. We had an Owens report. I have yet to see where there's any priorities. I believe in the pools. I believe in the splash pads. I believe that the Newington residents need to have safe facilities, safe aquatic facilities. But what is our cap at bonding? How are we going to pay for all of this? It seems whoever gets to the bank first gets the money. And quite honestly, as a fixed income senior, I dread the thought of the reval next year and what's coming with the bonding that you're going to propose, not only for this, but for other projects. Our town highway garage has been sitting waiting. And I think the parks garage, and there's so many things out there that you're putting out one fire before the other. And I don't think you're being honest with what else is coming up. That's what worries me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the room or over Zoom that would like to speak in public participation? Come on up.
Hello, I'm Colleen Kelly and I live on Harold Drive in Newington. There's a couple touch points. I wasn't going to speak today, but Rose and others have touched upon how you prioritize projects. Now, I'm a former project manager. I know the importance of having a statement, an issue statement, a scope statement on the things that you plan to do. And it's usually a yearly plan so that you can prioritize properly when you know what you're trying to fix, what issue you're trying to fix. Where's the money coming from? Who's going to help with these projects? I'm not here to oppose the pool. I'm very new at understanding and learning about the process and what has already been in place. But there are things that are being brought up that I think should have some consideration. And I hope that as a committee, you can do that and look at some of the issues that people have in the community. I don't think people are opposed. They want to move forward. They do want a safe pool. They love the idea of splash pad. And I can't speak to everyone, but social media can be good and bad. And you do get good comments, you do get bad comments. Maybe you should embrace it and kind of speak on social media to the people that are saying good or bad. I think that would help with the community coming together a little better. And I also think it might help with the transparency. But there's a lot of talk, I understand. I want to stop at the pool and just bring with something about the train stop, which I love. I'm saying it's a train stop. What is the issue we're trying to fix with a train facility stop, whatever? Who's going to this train? maybe people from Newington are going to maybe Springfield, maybe Hartford, New York, if they work, work in New York. But there are stops that are stops to nowhere. So you go there, and where do you go? If our station is on Fenn Road, we're got to walk into the center. You need to go somewhere on the Berlin Turnpike. Well, you're kind of far from it, so you're not really helping the cause of traffic, because then you're calling an Uber to get you somewhere else. So I would like common sense. I would like logic. I would like reason. I would like people to think about these projects and have a statement, have a scope statement, so people can see what you're trying to accomplish. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else who will speak?
Good evening, everyone. Jason Hip, 54 Woodmere Road, obviously in Newington. I'm here again. I know I spoke with the last one. I had a pool redone at my house about 2 years ago. The concrete was good and intact. Even the integrity was there, was good American concrete. To redo the, I guess, the plaster in my pool was about 22 to 23,000. It's a 20,000 gallon pool, 20 feet by 40 feet. So any which way, just to give you a basis before speaking. So I know it sounds like following the history, the original, I guess, engineer's report ends up dating back to 2020. I know I mentioned this once before, but if the Democrats can go and hire a consult to assess the pool and the structure and integrity, and then the Republicans, they both can converge and then kind of meet together and kind of see what's the best plan going forward. I'm definitely all in for a splash pad, which I feel is very much needed and would be really nice. One thing that I do have a concern about is I know right now my kids, they both go to Churchill Park for the Parks and Rec camp. And then my little one goes to Mill Pond. So having that bifurcation of the age groups would be really nice. So I'm just kind of wondering if you end up, I guess, starting work in the summer of what happens for the Park and Recs activities for the children for that year, or maybe the following year. So if there's any way of having that transparency, that would be great. Another point would be, I guess, I know kind of blowing it all up and then redoing it would be $12 million versus, I guess, refinishing it would be about $2 million. I'm voting. I would like to go and say the lesser amount. Maybe we can retool for where we're at versus, I guess, maybe the higher amount. I know that recently, ever since I've been here and ever since September 2006, I know that we ended up redoing the police station, the library, which I think that they want to do another addition to, the town hall, and now Wallace. So given the fact of what Miss Rose ended up saying beforehand, I'm kind of wondering how leveraged the town is right now with the liabilities and being able to incur more debt. So is there any opportunity to pay off one debt before we incur another? Because if we go out and get bonded, the thing is, if we take on more debt, then your bond rating goes down, and then, it's more of a liability to try and get more monies to come in from the constituents. And I know I've been out shopping and doing most of the shopping with the family, but the amount of goods that I'm able to put in my basket is kind of dwindling, unfortunately. So just I'm wondering about those items. So thank you very much for your time and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Good evening. Don Woods, 82 Ivy Lane. Tonight, I'm actually speaking on behalf of Parks and Rec. I'm chairman of Parks and Rec. I'm not going to rehash everything that's been said, but just a couple points. The pool has been discussed at the board level for decades, literally decades, We've talked about this alternative, this solution. What can we do? And we keep just spinning our wheels. It never really went anyplace because there was never any true public interest. True interest on the council level to get it passed and presented to the public. So I was on the first building committee of the Mill Pond Pool. And that was a very open committee. We had a lot of conversation. And it was voted on by, it was bipartisan. It wasn't unanimous. I won't say that. But it was voted on that the best spot for the location of the pool was Garfield Street. We presented that to the council at the time, and they rejected it. I'm not really sure why they rejected it. It could have been money. I'm not really sure. They never really told us. And there was some conversation about spending a few $1 million on patches. We've had TLB Architecture look at it, who was one of the best architectural firms, pools in the country. Well, I don't know about the country, maybe I'm overstating it. In the country. And he point blankly said there's only one location for the best spot for the Garfield, and that is Garfield Street. So everyone can have an opinion. I cannot tell you when I've been on a few building projects of major consequence, and they're never openly received, ever. The turf field at Clem Lemire, nobody wants it. Not going to be successful. Turns out it's very successful and everybody wants it. Town hall, community center. Why do we have 2 gyms? You don't need it. Big opposition. Once it's built, widely received and appreciated by the town. I firmly believe that this project moves forward, and I believe it should. The splash pad alone will bring enough excitement to carry the public. And the pools, again, everybody knows the pools. Mill Pond Pool, I believe it was 1954. It's time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Anybody else in the room or over Zoom that would like to comment on public participation? Oh, one more on Zoom. Sally L., you are up.
Hi, Sally Larkins, 1531 Main Street, Newington. I'm really on the fence about the pool. I don't have a stake in it one way or the other, but my only real question is we keep talking about Mill Pond, which it obviously needs some work done. And I know from listening in on the building committee meetings that Churchill has got some major problems, but they're just going to let it go, I guess, until it fails and then make a decision. So my question is, not that I want to have a bigger pool budget, but are we going to end up shooting ourselves in the foot by completely ignoring Churchill? Or are you making the decision, or is the decision kind of already made but not announced that once Churchill fails, we're just going to have the one pool in town? I just would hate to spend this money on Mill Pond and then 3 years from now say, okay, well, we need another 10 for Churchill when maybe we could have done, I don't know. But I just wanted to voice that opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Anybody in the room want to speak? Come on up.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sandy Nafis, 49 Whitewood Road, Newington. I wasn't going to speak, but I feel like I need to. I also am part of the pool committee. Not previous ones, just came on for this one. Very grateful to have been part of the discussions, have been following this issue for not decades, but many, many, many years. A couple things that have come up. We have looked at all of the plans, even though it may have seemed that way at our meetings, that we didn't look at the other options, but we know that those have been highly vetted. We've read the reports. We've talked about the engineering reasons why the Garfield Street site is the best. We may not have done it in as public a way as it would have maybe made somebody feel comfortable, but I can tell you that each of us on that committee did that personally. We understand. We've talked to our consultant on and off, too, just with questions. Open space is another thing that came up. And to me, and I believe strongly in open space. I always have. I did when I was in the legislature. I got lots of money for this town in different ways to preserve open space. I think that first it's parkland that we're talking about, and the pool being in the new location on Garfield is going to open up that pond and open up space that is going to really allow people in this town to even more appreciate that jewel that we have in that park, which is Mill Pond. There's many opportunities even beyond this, to put on trails later on and more picnic areas and things where people really, really can enjoy that park. So while we're talking about the pools right now, I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of the fact that the whole picture of Mill is going to change, I think. And we are going to be able to really enjoy that pond a lot more than probably you can right now. I know I was walking around it at the extravaganza just thinking, this is going to be great, if people support this project. So just want to make sure that I say that too. As far as Churchill goes, I think that it was said in the committee, we have a lot of changes coming in Newington, a lot of apartments, a lot of building, and I do know that we can't do both pools at once. I mean, we can't ask our taxpayers to pay that much money at once. That's just not realistic. And therefore, we want to take time, see how all that building is going to affect our needs in our aquatic programs, and get Mill built with the splash pads, and then we can take a look at Churchill. I don't want anybody to think that we're just going to drive Churchill into the ground, because I can certainly say on my behalf that was not our intent at all. And that's all. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the room that'd like to participate in public participation?
Hi, good evening, everyone. On the council, Mark France, 288 Williamstown Court. And two things come to mind. The first thing is the 34th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. I'm here in large part as a person who discloses openly that that I have a disability, several, and to be comfortable with it. I think that this is an issue that we as a town need to continually engage in. Not all disabilities are visible. There are intellectual disabilities. There are limbic, it goes on and on and on. I started off it with when I graduated from Franciscan University in 2000 and came back home. I thought I was going to retire, like most people at about 65 years of age. I never would have thought that working at Bradley Airport for a year would, and then sports as a youngster and stuff like that would lead me to have chronic back problems, and then things like anxiety and depression. And I do sit as a commissioner of the Human Rights Committee here in town. I'm also a commissioner of aging and disabled. So this is right up my, I hope it's kind of becoming my identity as a person in town, is to be comfortable as a resource for people with disabilities. So if you see someone like me walking around, actually, if you see me walking around, tap me on the shoulder. I spend a lot of time by myself. And sometimes by choice, sometimes by circumstance. But I think that we as a town need to continue to empower our youth, especially and our elderly, and all populations, to not be afraid to admit things such as gamblingoholism, alcoholism, drug addiction, sexaholism, and so on and so forth, pornography addiction. It goes on and on and on and on and on. I'm not afraid to talk about these things, quite frankly, because they help people out. Each one teaches one, okay? Now, on Americans with Disabilities Act, I'd like to say thank you, President George H.W. Bush, for enacting this in 1991, I believe, because it's because of him and Senator Bob Dole and the greats of those times that we really, in the Democratic Party too, of course, Senator Joseph Lieberman, I believe, was our elder, was Senator Christopher Dodd, and so on and so forth. But anyways, and then my final comment with a minute 13 remaining is ADA and there was something else that came to mind. I just don't have notes on me, and I should bring notes next time, given this awkward moment. But I just want to thank everyone on the council for encouraging and empowering people like me to come forth and talk about their situation. It's not easy. With the LGBTQIA+, let's continue the good work. It covers everybody. Everybody, I believe, regardless of age, race, sexual identity, creed, religion, lack of religion, spirituality, or lack of spirituality. Let's make Newington a better place for all of us. And with that, I close. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration in my interest in this town. Thanks.
Thank you.
Tim Newton, 75 Barnard Drive, Newington. I support all the projects I'm hearing. I think the library needs upgrades. I've lived in town, by the way, for 35 years. I'm born and raised in Elmwood, so I'm within a 10-mile radius of where I was born and raised. We do need to upgrade the parks. There's no question about that, but I just question the timing of the avalanche of the spending that's going on, that we're going to hit a point where it's going to hit everybody in about 24 months right in the face. And I'm retired. We live in town. We love the town. I just think that we need to understand the bond debt ratio and make sure we're not hanging ourselves on a cliff where we could fall off. With that being said, I do support the pools. I do support the expansion of them, but I believe we should be looking at both pools because like we spent this year at the high school, they had a big problem in June. They had to spend over $100,000 on the pool. We don't need one of those cliffs to show up 6 months after we've approved the new parks because we don't have the money. So my concern is the avalanche of expenses. That's all. Have a safe night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak in public participation? Going once. All right. Do we have any email correspondence?
I did not receive anything.
Very good. All right, we'll move on to remarks by councilors on public participation. Councilor Menke.
Yeah, just two things. One, I want to thank everybody who spoke tonight. I appreciate all your words. I also want to apologize for not being there in person. I'm on a family vacation, so if the door opens and some grandkids come running in screaming, please forgive me if I don't have it on mute.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Gonzalez.
I just wanted to say it's nice to see some people that I may not have seen before here in the audience, and I appreciate everybody coming up to speak for, against, whatever your thoughts are. I do appreciate hearing them. So thank you very much.
Councilor Page.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I too, like Councilor Mankey, am on vacation, but it's a privilege to be here tonight. You might hear dogs, you won't hear grandkids, but I also wanted to thank everyone from every point of view for taking your time out tonight and speaking in person or online. Very, very much appreciate all of your input and look forward to this ongoing dialogue throughout the town. It's very, very important. Thank you all.
Councilor Page. Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. 1, 2, 3, 4.5 pages of comments from the public outside of a public hearing. I think in the months that at least I've been here, that is a record. So I think we should pat ourselves on the back because that's how it should be every meeting. We need folks in these seats. I understand it's not always the most convenient. I understand that folks like to send public participation online. They like to comment online. We see those too. That all is contributing to this discussion, and it's great contributions. But please be here. Whatever your perspective is, we appreciate hearing from you, and it informs every single decision that we make, every single step that we take in pursuit of a decision. So thank you for coming out so much.
Very good. The remarks by councilors? I will echo those statements. Just having so many folks out here speaking your minds and your opinions on this. It's really appreciated. Thank you. All right, we will move on to consideration of old business. Agenda item 7. Board of Education CIP ordinance update. I see we have some members of the Board of Ed here with us today, and I think Janet is on the call. Anything we need to be updated on this?
No, this is basically what we introduced before, although we did take off after speaking with the attorney. We took off the last part that they had regarding being able anytime after January 1st to make the transfer, to make it a little bit more clear cut. That last paragraph didn't flow with everything else after speaking with the attorney. It's the changes that we had discussed before, raising the cap to 2 million and giving the ability, if they go over that $2 million cap, to have the money returned to the Board of Ed operational budgets instead of the general fund.
Thank you, Janet. Any questions for councilors or anything else? The only thing in the resolution. Okay.
I'm sorry, Councilor Draco.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Draco.
Yeah, Janet, I do have a question, because what generated this initially was the open choice tuition reimbursement.
Correct.
Is that correct? After initially this was introduced a few months ago, whatever, there's been a lot of discussion in the paper. I was reading about quite frankly, the problems in the Hartford school system, particularly the fact, there's, been termination, due to budget cuts, and the open choice program in general, regarding how much it's costing the city of Hartford, the tuitions, whatever. My concern is that it seems like there's going to be significant study and research on an immediate basis as to the stability and possibly the sustainability of open choice, and there may be some changes made that will significantly impact communities like Newington, because who get students participating in that program. I'm just I guess I'm concerned. I'd like, instead of making this proposal or this ordinance, permanent, without end or whatever, if it would make sense to maybe put it renewable, at least for 1 year, to pass it for this year, make it renewable next year, just to kind of see what's going to be happening with the program. I mean, it's not that I just hesitate putting something in with no ending date, because it's very difficult to change at that point, given the fact that the open choice is going to be studied pretty intensively. If maybe we can just put this renewable in each year, if it would be a safer.
That would be an MOU. That wouldn't be an ordinance change. So you might want to consider extending the MOU you already have, or modifying it instead of an ordinance change. Because with an ordinance change, if you just have it for a year and then renewable, then next year we have to go through this again and do a public hearing for the ordinance change and everything like that. As for what's going on with the open choice, I leave that to the Board of Ed to answer, because I'm really not involved in that, if they have any more information regarding that.
Okay, thank you.
The reason this is being brought forth as an ordinance change was at the time that the council passed the MOU back in April, it indicated that this would be like a temporary fix, and the long-term goal would be to pass an ordinance change to address it permanently. The MOU does expire on September 1st. Realistically, you have some more time after that, if you wanted to make either a change to the ordinance or extend or redo the MOU. So that's the reason that this is on here tonight. After you've discussed it a couple of times at the council level, your action tonight would be to introduce the ordinance and set a public hearing date. And you could pass the ordinance at an upcoming meeting if you wish. But if you wish not to do that, then your other option would be to let the MOU expire on September 1st and then go back to what the actual current ordinance says, or renew
The
the
MOU.
MOU. Yes.
Okay, so we could put some kind of caveat in September or whatever.
Right, and an MOU would have an expiration, ordinance change would be semi-permanent until you decide to change the ordinance again.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Mankey.
Yeah, Jan, I just had a quick question. The way it reads here, the way I'm reading it on section 48-16, it says $2 million, then if the fund is in excess of $2 million at the end of the fiscal year, the balance should be transferred to the Board of Education operating budget for that fiscal year? Is that?
That's
that'd be-
correct.
That'd be the operating budget for the last fiscal year or the?
So if, to give an example, say at the end, say they found out at June 30th of
Okay.
this year, 2024, that the CIP, Board of Ed CIP would be over the $2 million balance. That money would be applied to the fiscal year 2024's operating budget, not the next year's, the current.
Not the next year.
Mhm.
But that fiscal year would be almost closed out.
It would.
Right? Okay.
It would,
So.
yep. But
So
that
what
would
w-
still facilitate them, either if they think they're going to be in a deficit because of these expenses, to offset that, or if they're going to have a surplus, it would allow them to move it on to their non-lapsing account out of their operating budget.
Okay, and in the past, any surplus that was there would go back to the taxpayers, back to the.
It would go
Back to the
back to
general
the
fund.
general fund.
Right, okay.
Thank you, Counselor Mankey. Any other questions by residents? No? I think at this point, probably makes sense to at least initiate the public hearing so we can hear what's going on and get that part going. Deputy Mayor Rada, would you please introduce the ordinance and read the resolution?
Introduction. I hereby introduce for the town council's consideration the proposed ordinance amendment to Newington Code of Ordinances, Article 4, Public School Capital Improvement Projects Reserve Fund, a copy of which has been filed with the clerk of the council. Continue?
Yeah, continue.
And resolve that the Newington Town Council hereby schedules a public hearing
8:13 is our next meeting.
8:15?
8:13.
13 at 6:45 PM to consider the proposed ordinance amendment, Article 4, Public School Capital Improvement Projects Reserve Fund, a copy of which is attached to this resolution.
Second. Made by Deputy Mayor Rada, seconded by Counselor Tiniakis. I actually have I would say if we're gonna do the public hearing, can we do it at 6:30? I mean, a little longer than 15 minutes, I think. we
Whenever
probably
you'd
should
like.
have. Okay.
I was thinking that was gonna be an issue.
Very good. Counselor Bedrejko?
Is 8/13 one of the days that we're thinking of not meeting?
That's the first meeting in August, so I don't think we were talking about that, but I
I
don't
thought we
know.
were gonna cancel one of the meetings.
I don't think we're gonna,
Oh, we're okay.
I don't think we're gonna,
Okay.
there's too much we have to do. Any
So
other
at 6:30, is that what we're-
6:30, is that okay?
I will revise my motion
Yeah.
to be 6:30.
Re-second that.
Second, all right. All right, we have a motion and a second on the table. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, Susan, we need a roll call vote because they're on Zoom.
Okay.
Thank you.
Counselor Pedrego?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Counselor Mankey?
Yes.
Nagel?
Yes.
Page?
Yes.
Counselor Ford?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada?
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakis?
Yes.
Mayor Tristan?
Yes. Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item B, Mason job description. Straightforward. Counselor Floyd, would you please read the resolution?
Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby approves the amendment to American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, collective bargaining agreement by approving a job description for the Mason HLT-14 position as recommended by Jamie Trevethan, acting town manager in her capacity as personnel director.
Second.
Thank you, councilors. We have a second by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion on this? All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Grego?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Counselor Menke?
Yes.
Nagel?
Yes.
Counselor Page?
Yes.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada?
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Tristan?
Yes. Carries unanimously. On to item C. Newington Train Station, Cedar Street discussion. Councilor Page, would you like to read that resolution? If you don't mind.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just scrolling down. Resolve the Newington Town Council hereby recommends to the State Department of Transportation that the preferred location of any future train station in Newington be on Cedar Street at a location to be determined by the Town Council.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Page, second by Councilor Floyd. Any discussion? Councilor Menke.
Yeah, I just have a couple quick, certainly, I don't think we're looking at a train station. We're looking at more of a platform or stop. I don't know how you put that in words, but I don't want to make it sound like we're getting this big, 4-story train station that's going to have, all kinds of amenities, and it's going to be more of a platform you get off, you get on, and that. So we probably should maybe word it different. Train station seems to me a little bit grandiose than what we're actually going to get. And I'm concerned about the question at a location on Cedar Street. There's really only 2 locations on Cedar Street because the tracks only go on both sides of Cedar Street. So it seems like just at whatever location determined by the council that's not our determination. It's really what the Department of Transportation would like.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Nagel.
I'd like to echo what Councilor Menke had said. He managed to get his hand up first. I thought, as some of the others in our caucus had thought, and a member of the public had brought up, that it's really a platform and not a train station. It means something radically different between the two, and might clear up with the public in terms of what really the state has been building. If you notice other locations that have already been built along the train line, they have all been platforms, rather grandiose platforms to some extent, but they haven't been train stations as we know them. Even the one in Windsor, there is a train station, a big building, my understanding, already there. So I could see that. So I see the change to that too. And I've always been of the opinion that ultimately wherever the state wants to put a platform, they're going to put it there. And I will leave it at that and at the goodwill of this council in terms of how they wish to move on or not.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yes, just based on what councilors Menke and Nagel have just said, I have a few suggestions on reshaping and rewording this. That first of all, the preferred location of any future train stop, because that's essentially what it will be. Add a location to be determined by the Connecticut Department of Transportation rather than town council.
That would be fine with the stop. I think anything future is too premature to say what the DOT will or won't do.
Well,
Yeah, so I know
and that's
it's-
why it's their determination ultimately whether we get a train stop or
Right.
not, and where their preferred location on Cedar Street would be. I think this allows us to refer to them that we're approving or we are in favor of this recommendation.
Correct. You have anything else?
That's it.
All right, great. Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things to Councilor Mankey's and Councilor Nagel's points. I would said the same thing. I wrote stop. I think stop is a more appropriate way to describe it. You did, you first, sorry. With regards to the latter half of this, I think it's important for us to keep in mind, to a large extent, this action, it doesn't seem like much, but it's only a sentence, but what it really does, I think, is reclaim our seat as a town at the table on how this looks for our community and how this project process moves forward after today. And so, is it the case, of course, that DOT, the one who's paying for the damn thing, is going to tell us where they prefer for it to go? Certainly. But I think the obligation they have is to refer back to us here at the council as to what us as elected leaders, elected by the 31,000 people in this community, what our understanding of the best interests is of that community, of our community is. They have that responsibility. And so I'm comfortable with leaving it as to be determined by the town council. Perhaps we could add to be determined by the town council in coordination with the Department of Transportation, or with the advice of the Department of Transportation, or whatever it might be. And certainly, let's be clear, they have one specific location that they've discussed for ad nauseum for many years. So this isn't mysterious where it would go, but nonetheless, I think it is helpful to keep it in there. But perhaps we could add something like that, the town council in coordination or with the advice of DOT.
Yeah, I just flipped that.
Yeah.
DOT in coordination with the town council.
Great.
It could go, I could go either way.
Very good, thank you.
But I do like the fact that it is a collaborative, it's a conversation, it's a discussion. It's not a fait accompli.
Absolutely.
Councilor Mankey?
Yeah, I hate to keep belaboring train stations. I love trains. But I think there's only really two places the train station can go in town, and it's Newington Junction, where the train station used to go, or Cedar Street. I prefer the Cedar Street location because it doesn't affect the neighborhoods that are already established there at Newington Junction. So I think this is the best location for our town. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sold on the idea yet of the train stop being used a lot. I think one of the speakers that spoke before said who's going to go it and who's going on it and where they're going to go. And I'm also concerned about the increased traffic on Cedar Street. If the train station becomes popular, people getting to and from it. I can see the need for a train station if we want to go someplace, long range to New York or Boston or Springfield. But I'm not quite sold on the whole that we need a train station, but I think this is the better location.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Page?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple comments. If you go to, and I just did this now because people brought up the question about what we call it. If you go to hartfordline.com, on that website for the Hartford line, it says, welcome to Hartford Line stations. And that includes Springfield, Windsor Locks, Windsor, Hartford, Berlin, Meriden, Wallingford, and 2 in New Haven. Oxford Dictionary defines a train station as a place on a railroad line where trains regularly stop so that passengers can get on or off. I think we need to call it a station because that's what it is. It is where trains stop and people get on and off. And I would agree that Cedar Street is the way to go. And I also like the idea that we have some ongoing communication with the state and other stakeholders so we can influence the ultimate location and how that impacts that area. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Bajeko?
Yeah, I just kind of reiterating, personally though, I think words are powerful and they convey a vision. And I do think since the amount of discussion and controversy and ideas that have been thrown around for the past several years, I think the term putting stop in there would be more, would convey more to the residents of Newington as well as the state is what we're expecting. So I would prefer to use the term stop versus station. Station, I think Berlin, I think of New Haven, whatever. So I don't think it would be disingenuous to put the word stop in there because that conveys exactly what Newington expects where this train is going to be going. And I do agree with Councilor Ford that the ultimate location, quite frankly, has to be accepted, approved, or in consultation with the town council. This still is our town. And, you know, there may be, I don't know, a half a mile along, you know, where the Cedar Street is, where that, you know, behind Maple Hill Avenue, whatever. I think ultimately the town can decide this is where we want it, or ultimately if it may or may not impact, let's say, we don't know, the wetlands or whatever, we might say, you know, this is not really what we want. So there's got to be consultation, collaboration, and ultimately it is the town that needs to say, yep, okay, we agree, we bless this site, so.
Counselor Tiniakis?
Yeah, personally, I'm not one to split hairs or anything like that, so I don't really have a preference on whether we call it station or stop. Funny enough, I had the same exact webpage that Counselor Page had up, and I was gonna read the same definition. So yeah, call it stop, call it station, we're gonna get the same thing either way. At the end of the day, it's gonna be the same result. As far as possible more traffic happening because of the train station, well, I think that kind of falls back onto us here on the council. We should be able to utilize our public transportation and services in a way that will make it so people don't need to get a ride or an Uber from the train station. So I think that ultimately would be our planning and our collaboration with the DOT to make it an actual transportation hub. So I think that I don't think we should just assume automatically that there's nothing to be done to combat that. I think we're more than capable to make something work. So it's fluid, get travel people from the train station to downtown Newington or somewhere on the turnpike. It's definitely possible. Yeah, and that's pretty much all I have.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Nagel?
Just to add to the conversation as it's been going, there are making a determination as to where this is and where it's located is, I still think ultimately the state's decision with our input. I don't agree with that. Stop is fine. I'm not sold on platform. Stop platform is fine with me. But the ramifications of what the town may be responsible for, depending upon the locations, something that really needs to be thought about. We've had lots of conversations, and I won't go over it again, but on Cedar Street, there's getting in, out of Cedar Street, traffic on Cedar Street. There have been studies done on whether sidewalks can be put along Cedar Street going to the town, and also going over to Fenn Road, and safety issues and so on. So those are concerns that are going to fall upon the town, fortunately or unfortunately for the most part, even though Cedar Street is a state road, that we will have to determine in the future if indeed that's the location. I think that needs to be stated above and beyond just having the stop there. And indeed, there may be difficulties if it's another location that's been talked about. I don't want to revisit that. Just we need to emphasize that not only for ourselves, but also for the public as well, that it will become it upon us, and it may be financial. It may have to do with changing different ordinances or expending monies in ways that we hadn't thought that we had to in order to make the connectivity in one way or another. I'll stop. I'm starting to talk in circles.
Counselor Menke?
Yeah, just for Councilor Tangakis, we did talk about a train station at Cedar Street years and years ago, and one of the things we talked about with the Department of Transportation pretty extensively was they were going to do some renovations of Cedar Street, try to change the traffic patterns. I think if we do get to the point, and this is a big if we get to the point where we're putting in a train stop, I think that's a discussion we would have to have with the state of how we're going to get people in and out of that location. to get onto the train, whether it's mass transit, whether it's a bus that now pulls into that location to drop people off or pick people up, or whether it's turning lanes for people to come in and out of that location, or changing of the signals. I think that's important. We would have to work with DOT to make all that happen.
Counselor Page?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I agree with Counselor Mankey, and I have a call into Senator Blumenthal's office. And right now they've got a lot going on in Washington. I'm not probably their highest priority, but I have a call in to request an update, on what's happening with the $80,000 grant monies that we were happy to receive to study the Cedar Street corridor. I think agreeing with Counselor Bedrejko and Nagel and Mankey and all the folks who have spoken about concerns on Cedar Street, we share that. It's a reality. And I think working with our state and federal stakeholders, I'm convinced we can improve that condition so that we can work enthusiastically to be part of a broader mass transit network, not only between here in New Haven, but Springfield, Boston, and New York and beyond. And I hope it's the future for us, because we're facing crisis after crisis without it. So thanks, Mayor.
Counselor Bedrejko?
Thank you, Counselor Page, for bringing up that Cedar Street corridor. This is a true story. Sunday, I got a flat tire on my bike on the East Cedar Street station. I had to walk my freaking bike all the way from East Cedar Street to the Fenn Road station, down Cedar Street. Do you know I was taking my life in my hands. We called it a goat path. This was horrible. I'm thinking, how in the world is anybody gonna be driving from, walking from the train station to the bus station, whatever, if they have a backpack or suitcase or whatever. So after Senator Blumenthal, Mr. Counselor Page, because it was a nightmare.
Thank you, Counselor Bedrejko. Deputy Mayor Rada?
Yeah, I just want to get back to the resolution and the language that we all feel comfortable with. I'll get back to listening to what everyone had to say and some of the commentary. I'll propose a suggestion for, we can stop station, I don't care which. But the last part of the sentence to be at a location to be determined by the Connecticut DOT in consultation and collaboration with the town council, or we could say with the town of Newington.
Yeah, let's swap that.
We
Well, let's
can-
swap
we
that.
can do that.
Determined by the town council with the advice and consideration, with the advice and coordination of the state DOT.
Mhm.
And I'm fine with stop. I think, to your point, the words are important, and I think platform elicits a specific thing and station kind of elicits a specific
Mhm.
thought process, and I think stop kind of covers it all. Personally, so I'm fine with changing language to stop.
Counselor Page, are you good with that change?
Are you okay with amending the resolution?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank
And
you.
it's home.
You're okay with
Thank
that? And then, the second part speaks, so why?
Do you want me to read this again?
Yeah, why don't you read the resolution
All right.
and as
As
it is, and then
amended.
you can,
Resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby recommends to the State Department of Transportation that the preferred location of any future train stop in Newington be on Cedar Street at a location to be determined by the town council with the advice and coordination of the Connecticut Department of Transportation.
Counselor Page, is that, are you okay with that amendment to your motion?
Yeah, I'm good with that. Thank you for the discussion.
Thank you, Counselor Pord, you're amended with the second? Okay, very good. We have a motion and a second on the table. Any further discussion? None. Susan, can we have a roll call vote on this, please?
Yes, Counselor Bedrejko?
Yes.
Fellas?
Yes.
Counselor Mankey?
Yes.
Counselor Nagel?
Yes.
Counselor Page?
An enthusiastic yes.
Counselor Ford?
Likewise, yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada?
Yes.
Counselor Tiniaki?
Yes.
Mayor Trent?
Yes. Very unanimous. Moving on to item 7D, Town Manager Search Update. Counselor Gonzalez, would you please read the resolution?
Sure. The Newington Town Council hereby authorizes Randy Frank Consulting LLC to enter into negotiations with a prospective town manager candidate regarding a contract for employment. The town council shall review and approve the proposed employment contract prior to appointment.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Gonzalez, seconded by Counselor Nagel. Any discussion on this? None?
No,
Oops, Counselor Mankey, sorry.
Away from New Jersey, I'm bothering you. I just want to report to somebody, I think Mr. Bowles, I believe, questioned why they didn't have resumes and why they couldn't look at the candidates. And while I appreciate that openness, these are people's lives, and it's hard to share that with people who may not be considered for the position. So I think it's one of those things that if we had the chance to do that and be fair to all the candidates, we would have. It's just sometimes people apply for jobs and haven't left their old job yet. That's makes it more difficult. This is a function of the town council. It's one of the biggest responsibilities we have. And I can say that all 9 of us have taken this responsibility seriously. We've spent hours poring over resumes and hours in meetings and interviews. And I think we've done a great job and now we're moving to this point, which I think is a good sign for us.
I agree.
Agree as well. Thank you, Counselor Mankey. Any other discussion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Pedrosa?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Counselor Mankey?
Yes.
Counselor Nagel?
Yes.
Counselor Page?
Yes.
Counselor Ford?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada?
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos?
Yep.
Mayor Tristan?
Yes. Okay, unanimously. Move on to item 7E. Canceling of a Newington Town Council meeting. As we stated, I don't think we can really afford to do that. We have too much work we have to do for the town to cancel a meeting at this point. And I think we do have this is one of those months where we have an extra week before our next council meeting already. So I think kind of get that sort of summer break in that way that you guys we're talking about, but I'm not in favor of canceling any meeting at this point. Any other comments, discussion?
No, I agree. I feel that there's a lot of work. Will be coming down the pike. And I would prefer not to cancel any meetings in August.
Very good. We just leave it, or should we just leave it? All right, perfect. All right. We will move on to item 8, resignation and appointments. You two guys are usually the ones doing it on Zoom, so we're gonna take over for you guys while you're on vacation. Deputy Mayor Rada, would you please read the resolution? You want to read it? Pretty good.
Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby makes the following appointments.
Conservation Inland Wetlands, Steve Ellis, alternate, 105 Robbins Avenue, Party R, term immediate to November 30th, 2025, replaces vacancy, alternate John Bashan. Board of Assessment Appeals, Gary Guyette, member, 15 Gulf Street, Party Republican, term immediate to November 30th, 2027, replaces de facto term of Maria Payne.
Building Code Board of Appeals, Clifford Stam, member, 35 Judge Lane, Party D, immediate to November 30th, 2024, replaces vacancy, passing of R. Zatarian. Environmental Quality Commission, Jalen Pina, public member, 139 Candlewick Drive, Party D, immediate to November 30th, 2025, replaces vacancy, resignation of M. Seams. Christy Clark Billings, public member, 1439 Willard Avenue, Party D, immediate to 11/30/2027, replaces vacancy. Newington Historical Society and Trust, Teresa Bassett, member, 41 Eleanor Place, Party D, immediate to November 30th, 2025, replaces vacancy, resignation of D.O. Laughlin. Central Connecticut Health District, Board of Health, Paula T. Siegel, member, 1827 Main Street, Party D, immediate to November 30th, 2025, replaces vacancy. Dave Wimett, member, 42 Vivian Street, Party D, immediate to June 30th, 2027 replaces self.
Second.
All right, motion by Deputy Mayor Rada, seconded by Councilor Tiniakis. Any discussion? Councilor Mankey.
I would just thank you both for reading so eloquently. Councilor Page and I usually do it a little better, but we didn't have practice, so I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, Councilor Mankey. Any further discussion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilor Draco.
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilor Mankey.
Yes.
Nagel.
Yes.
Councilor Page.
Yes.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yes.
Councilor Tiniakis.
Yes.
Mayor Trist.
Yes. All right. Carried unanimously. We'll move on to item 9, tax refunds. Councilor Tiniakis, would you please read the resolution?
Sure. Resolved that property tax refund in the amount of $243.45 are hereby approved in the individual amounts and for those named on the request for refund of overpayment of taxes certified by the revenue collector, a list of which is attached to this resolution.
Second.
Councilor Tiniakis, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilor Draco.
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mankey.
Yes.
Nagel.
Yes.
Councilor Page.
Yes.
Councilor
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yes.
Councilor Tiniakis.
Yes.
Mayor Trist.
Yes. Moving right along, we move on to consideration of new business. As indicated earlier, we are going to adjust the order slightly, and we were going to start with B, formal adoption of CROG's HNCAP update. And I understand we have some our town planners here and representatives CROG on the line.
Thank you very much for having me here tonight. What we have in front of you is the Region Council of Governments Hazard Mitigation and Climate Adaptation. So this is a plan that's generated every 5 years, is the requirement where it needs to be redone and reapproved. It has been approved by Newington for the last 2 cycles. This would be the 3rd cycle for the county. So what I have on the screen there is, for those looking along at home, we have the web link to it. When you go to this web page, you'll see an area that says regional plan, municipal annexes, and appendices. You can find all the documents. There's a lot of documents. The main document is actually 281 pages long. Newington's appendix is only 18 pages long. It's a little easier to digest. So the plan includes all 38 CROG member communities. The CROG contracted with CIRCA, the Connecticut Institute for Resilience and Climate Adaptation out of Yukon, Avery Point. So they are the ones who have been doing the update for this cycle. The previous plans, as I noticed, were adopted in 2000. Wow, that's a year, 2014. And looking ahead a little bit there, but that's okay. Having an adopted plan makes Newington eligible for FEMA grants. Not having this plan adopted by the would make it so we would not be eligible for FEMA brick grants, for flood mitigation assistance grants, and hazard mitigation training programs. In addition, to maintain DEP climate resilience fund, I've been looking at this plan as well. And there's a question when you are going into the resilience fund with an application, they are citing this plan. So the changes in 2024. So the hazard mitigation plan is what it was previously known as, is now the hazard mitigation and climate adaptation plan. So they added in, again, the changes are the process.
There we go. I think some people along might not have heard me. I just realized that was muted as I was talking. Somehow it got muted. So again, for those who couldn't hear me going in that, we can kind of rehash it. You can find a lot of the stuff on the presentation that I had. But so the main changes in 2024, as I noted, is it went from the hazard mitigation plan to the hazard mitigation and climate adaptation plan. This was primarily through, again, It included, directed the outcomes of the governor's GC3 program. It brought in the planning process directly from the Resilient Connecticut expansion. So Resilient Connecticut was a smaller effort to begin with, but now it has been expanded statewide. So it's actually a program that we are currently working them with and looking at potential flood mitigation with us and our adjoining municipalities as well with the engineering department. The goals are modified and changed to include climate adaptation. The plan references new climate aligned funding sources like the DEP, DCRF, and BRIC. And there's a new section on extreme heat as a climate hazard. So that was not in the previous plan. So the main item that the town worked on was the Newington Annex. Again, this was Circa authored the plan working with the Council of Governments. But the town, I worked together with, it was the town planner's office, the fire marshal, who's the emergency management director, the highway superintendent, the town engineer, and the director of administrative services were all on the team who were reviewing this document and providing the comments to Circa and CROG. So part of those plans of the Newington Annex is it provides a community overview. I won't put that up there or read that. It's actually a little long description of the community. It does note the new housing that has been developed in Newington, and it does note some other items in there. Critical facilities, it lists our critical facilities, which ones are cooling centers, where we have generators. It also lists our current capabilities, challenges that we face, and then hazard losses. Just for example, I kind of took a snip from the annex plan. You can see hurricanes, tornadoes, winter storms. It has everything from actual losses to projected losses. That's all part of this document, which is important for the town when we do go seek funding from the funding sources for flood mitigation. A lot of those federal programs are looking at these losses, and they kind of are setting a kind of a bar for entry on some of the larger grant programs out there. So mitigation strategies and actions, these are directly from the plan. I won't go through each specific one, but again, it talks about critical facilities and shelters for cooling, risks associated with extreme heat, reducing flood and erosion risks, reducing losses from hazards, and investing in the resilient corridors to make sure that people and services are accessible during flood and other natural disasters, or as things move forward with changing climate and with our flood risk that we have in Newington. So the hazard mitigation needs were also noted in the plan, primarily to, again, the 2014 NCRS flood reduction recommendations. It's recommended to, again, implement those. That's something that the town engineer and I have been working towards and looking for grant programs and moving that along. Town staff should assess existing flood detention areas. That's something that engineering is looking at. Acquire generators for critical facilities, conduct an evaluation of assets situated in flood-prone areas, and consider conducting a count of individuals residing in hotels and motels. That's something that was discussed in the plan. It was brought up as, when we're looking at climate risks, there are risks beyond just to independent structures, and that you have to understand how the community is structured, who is where, and what they need for resources in the matter of an emergency. So that's something that was recommended. And again, implementing a tree forestry plan to address dead and dying trees that block roadways and cause power outages. So the previous, another section is the status of the previous mitigation actions. So you can review these on page 6 through 8 of the annex. You can see what in 2019 that the town had the aspirations to do, what our current responses are to it now. And a lot of those items got actually brought over to active mitigation strategies, where we had to reframe some of the items, and these are new items as well that we're planning for the next 5 years. To implement and goals that we're seeking to achieve. And again, as part of that, there's maps for environmental justice, flood zones, flood vulnerability, dam breaches, and heat vulnerability. These are all of the aspects that we're looking at and that are provided for when we do go for grants. This document provides a good solid foundation for Newington as a stepping point or a starting point for our grant application. So online, I have with me Heidi Smoker from Capital Region Council of Governments, Nicole Govert, and Mary Buchanan from Circa. as well. So I can answer questions, and if you have questions regarding the larger plan, they may be able to answer them as well.
Counselor Page.
Yeah, just one quick question. Could you speak to the extent to which in this plan we do collaborate with neighbor towns as our concerns may be shared with them, both in assessing problems and now and in the future, but also in dealing with those, and how important is that in working with Weathersfield and Hartford and West Hartford and Rocky Hill, et cetera? Thank you.
Yep. So the overall plan, again, since this is all 38 members have this plan as their plan, and we'll be adopting it. And that's what we're asking for the council to do as well. Again, we're not asking for action tonight. There's some chance to digest the plan, to go over what the documents that were provided. But I think Heidi might be able to answer a little more about the specifics of the plan, but I can say as far as practicality, every program that we have done and that we are working on now, especially for flooding in Newington does not just affect Newington. You have West Hartford, New Britain, and you keep going down the line where anything that we do in Newington affects those communities. We are the headwaters for really where it breaks between the two brooks over by CCSU. So what we do in our community affects others, and that's why we're really tied together, that we're looking at other programs as well, again, through Resilient Connecticut as well, to look at what we can do for future floodproofing and projects to improve flooding in the town.
Councilor Pacheco.
Oh, yeah, so this plan, it's very comprehensive and, unfortunately with the storms we've been getting lately, with the winds and the rain and the flooding, and the heat. By implementing this plan, we get access to grants. I'm just curious, as to how you go about prioritizing which projects or what to work on first, and also how are they funded? Are these projects always funded through a grant, or is it funded through your operating budget?
So most of this would be through, again, the town engineer's budget and public works as well. But we are looking, primarily these are big projects. The big projects that do require large grants to do. The big projects are harder to get the implementation grants to. Planning grants tend to be more successful. It's easier to access planning money. The implementation one, you have to work very hard to get it, but it's a worthwhile cause. So I would think that, moving forward, that's what we're looking at. Again, me and town engineer have been in contact with the Army Corps of Engineers, with the Silver Jacket team that they have, which is multidisciplinary in the area. And again, with Resilient Connecticut, we're working these different opportunities for grants. So I see it mostly coming from grant sources if we can. There's typically a match associated with it. So it depends on what program you do. Some are full, some are 80-20, some are 50-50. And most, I think, flood grants, flood-proofing grants and flood resilient grants we'd be looking for wouldn't specifically be just Newington. We would have to look beyond our borders too, and then look to participate with our neighbors.
Eventually, will you have a list of what you feel the priorities are in terms of what to attack first?
So I think I would work with Chris on that too, and he is working towards that end.
I'd like to see that at some point. I think
Yeah, and it's a lot of when you're looking at the grant opportunities, you might have a list. When the grant opportunities pop up, sometimes they pop up and you have 2-3 months to respond. It might respond to one of your applications where you have, or one of your ideas. It might fit in another bucket too. That's when, we work with the grant writer, the grant administrator to work forward with that with Sonia and figuring out what we have out there. So the goal is, to inform her of what we're looking for as the town, and then help her to be able to, when she's out there looking at those, to say, hey, here's an opportunity, here's an opportunity. It's a back and forth dialogue.
Right, thank you.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the great stuff that I like to talk about. And in particular, I want to thank Circa. I appreciate the work that your institute does. And I think it makes a huge difference to our local communities, the input that you provide on these reports. Just a couple things. So first, with regards to, this is number 12 in the list of the status of mitigation strategies. With regards to burying utilities, a bit to Councilor Petranco's question, but I guess just more specific to this item. How would our town go about prioritizing which areas of town where there's a necessity to still bury utilities? Which locations get buried first? Is it just basically, you know, the community or the neighborhood that we go into first for the purpose of road maintenance and we do it while we're there, or what does that look like?
So again, primarily a town
Different,
engineer would be the primary one, but what I've seen, a lot of times it is associated with a project. It is an expensive endeavor to bury existing utilities. It's always best, new development, we do have a zoning requirement that says new development is required to put underground. We do continue with that. It's just when you're burying, especially the main lines for Eversource, it gets very expensive. You end up with a 6-inch conduit duct bank fully encased under the ground, and it's going to cost millions of dollars for a relatively small stretch. So it is very expensive to underground. I think it is, as you're looking forward for where we have frequent outages. This is where I've seen it done in towns in the past, where you typically have your frequent outages, where tree clearing doesn't do all of the work, because half of it is with burying utilities. And while I certainly do not like trees to be cut down, I love as many trees as possible. There are areas that they do need to come down, because you end up with these frequent losses in the area. You end up with frequent outages where the economic impact and the impact to the citizens outweighs having, some trees on that road or in that stretch. So I think it would be a lot case by case. And when we do get a chance to do a large infrastructure project, that's when we should be looking at it.
Great, thank you. And then just the second question I had, this was then number 13 on that list, was just with regards to working with the State Historic Preservation Office to identify those historic assets that may sit in flood prone areas. I just didn't fully understand. I'm not familiar with their office enough or their process, but in the note for further action, obtain and review the new SHPO layer. I wasn't sure what that was referring to. So
yeah, they do have a new layer. We're going to bring that in. It's something that they did bring up as part of the process. And we haven't, we were moving towards this again as we look, there has been discussions about Newington Junction, discussions about the historic signage and moving that forward. That was, I believe, at the last meeting or the meeting before that we discussed that. So I think as we move towards looking at our cultural assets and looking at our historic assets, it'll be bringing in these layers and bringing in as much information as possible from the State Historic Preservation Office.
Thank you.
Anything to add or comments from our friends from Prague or Circa? Anything you'd like to add to what Paul has said, or anything that's been said?
Nothing on our end, just thank you all for participating in this plan update. We've been in contact with the town for 1.5 years now, trying to get this plan together, and Newington has been lovely to work with, so thank you.
And I would just add at CROG that we're really happy that every 5 years we've been able to get grant funding so that the towns are not paying for this update. So this is one of those rare examples of a funded mandate. So we're always providing for that.
Thank you. Very good. Any other questions from councilors?
Can we just favor that phrase for a moment?
Say that often.
Okay. Well, thank you, Paul, for being here tonight. Thank you all from Prague and Circa for being here. Looking forward to continue the discussion.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty, moving on to agenda item 10B now. Discussion Mill Pond Park preliminary master plan recommendation from Project Building Committee. I think we have some guests with us today.
Okay, beautiful. Good evening, council members. My name is Eileen Francolino. I'm the chair of the Town Pools Project Committee. We've been meeting regularly to develop a plan for the future of our town pools. We use the work of the old committees as a basis to begin our study. We didn't see the point of hashing and rehashing again information that has been out there for many, many years. We all read it, we knew what it was about, and we decided that was our best point to begin. Our plan was to start by focusing on Mill Pond Pool and wait and see what happens with the attendance at Churchill after Mill has been replaced. As you know, our town it has the capacity to grow by 10% with all the building that's in the works right now. With that in mind, we have no idea if Mill's going to be big enough, if we're going to need Churchill, what's going to happen. We have to wait and see. We don't know if those apartments are going to be inhabited by adults, kids, both. Who knows? It's hard to tell. But currently, Mill is in a state of disrepair is putting it mildly. It fails to meet ADA regulations, both as a pool and both as a bathhouse. So that's a problem. Over the years, thousands of dollars have been spent to keep the pool running. And the pool is so old that it's getting to the point that it's almost impossible to find the parts to replace. It's clearly time to build a new pool. We need something that will meet the needs of our town so that residents of all ages can have a place to gather, to cool off, and to build community. In addition, both children and adults must also have the opportunity to learn to swim. I think I told you guys before that according to the CDC, drowning is a leading cause of death in children under the age of 4. And there's also been a marked increase in drowning and the drowning rate of seniors. So we need to help reverse this statistic. This week, I left a letter of support in the manager's office, which I think you guys got a copy of, but I have more signatures. We're up to 130 people that have signed this in a day and a half. So I think that shows that we have some pretty good community support going on. I was happy and didn't even have to work that hard to get them. Sure, great, good idea. So I hope that continues. Our committee, as well as the committees before us, has been working with Mike Fortuna of TLB Architecture. He is an expert in community planning with many years of experience building recreational and aquatic facilities. He has been invited to present to the Connecticut Recreation and Parks Association on the unique challenges in designing publicly funded indoor and outdoor aquatic facilities. Mike is here tonight to present our project, answer your questions, and hopefully gain your support for a project that has been literally years and years and years in the making. Take it away.
All right, thanks, Eileen. As she said, I'm Mike Fortuna with TLB Architecture. We've been working with the town, a few different committees, a couple of different councils for about 4 years from the initial master plan for the park. And I think it's great tonight that we heard a lot of different points of view. What I'm hoping we can do is kind of walk you through some of the thought process that got the proposal to where it is. Hopefully that answers a lot of the questions about why it's on Garfield Street, why it's designed the way it is. And to echo what some of the committee folks have said is this study did not start with the pool at Garfield Street. It went through a pretty rigorous process of site analysis, conditions analysis, circulation analysis, utilities, to come to that conclusion. I won't spend a lot of time orienting you. You all know the park probably as well as I do at this point. But I think it's important to take a look at some overlay mapping to understand what's going on in the park. So this map, the building we're sitting in is the yellow building to the left in this map, and then the park sprawling out to the right. So everything in blue is either watercourse, floodplain, floodway, or and then it gets into the green is a wetland. So that's all pretty much no build zone, which takes a pretty big swath through the park. The yellow area is a 100-foot upland review area, which is buildable with approvals from the land use departments, but generally more complicated to develop. And then that red stripe you're seeing through the park is an MDC sewer right of way. which we have to stay out of. So there's a lot going on in the west end of the park, all the way to the south end. Down here at the bottom are the two soccer fields. And then the existing pool sits right here in this area near the pond. So just from a land use overlay perspective, there's a lot of land that is just not buildable. Then we took it one step further to see what's underground. And so we drilled a number of borings. We did some utility finding to identify all the subgrade utilities. There are quite a few. But what we found was rock is not so much a problem. We did hit rock in one boring, but only one. So we think that's an anomaly. We might have landed on a boulder. Groundwater is 4 to 5 feet deep on the north end of the park and 4 inches to 2 feet deep on the south end of the park near the playground. So, conventional wisdom is build in dry land. If we build a swimming pool and bathhouse with shallow footings, everything except the deep end of the pool can be constructed in dry land and not fight with the groundwater. And so, one of the things in, dozens of building committee meetings over the course of those 4 years, everything was discussed. And so, we discussed the potential of putting the pool, for example, at the existing location, and do the technologies exist to build it well in that groundwater? And the answer, of course, is yes. But the cost and complexity, there's no other advantage to putting it there. When you look at the site on Garfield Street, you've got access to utilities, access to security, access to pedestrian circulation. You don't have to bring cars deep into the park for accessibility. So there's a lot of reasons other than constructability to put it on Garfield Street and create an active zone associated with this complex that keeps the majority of the park open for other activities. So then we looked at the building infrastructure and whether or not it made any sense at all to try to renovate this pool. And as it's been mentioned, the $2 million number that was floated out there was part of the conditions analysis, the townwide conditions analysis. And that was a Band-Aid approach to get you to 4 or 5 years to bridge you to this project. It wasn't intended to be a permanent solution. There's no permanent solution out there that can fix the pool. It's just Band-Aiding. And so, when you look at the condition of the pool, this is the pool wall up under the coping. You can see it's been patched many, many times to the point where there's not much concrete left. That's probably a 10-inch wall and about 6 inches of it is missing. The pool concrete is actually delaminating. So if you look, under the delaminations, the concrete is turning to dust. And the other thing to keep in mind is this is probably the good side of the pool. The back of the pool that's in the groundwater and subject to freeze thaw is going to be in worse condition than the front of the pool. So I think it's important to understand that any repairs to this pool would require mass excavation around the pool. And these types of pools really can't survive that kind of renovation. The other thing to keep in mind is the decks. At some point, new decks were poured up against the pool, and they were poured too steep, so none of the decks around the pool are ADA accessible. And they're in relatively poor shape. So the park staff is constantly patching and repairing decks to make it safe. So you can imagine, barefoot kid running around and encountering misalignments and sharp edges of concrete. So it's a constant repair effort to keep kids safe. Then we looked at the piping systems, the filtration, recirculation, chemical control systems. And what we found is that all of the pipes are too small to meet current health department standards. That's not to say they weren't compliant when it was built 60 years ago, if there were even worse standards. But you know, your suction piping is limited to 6 feet per second. That's a velocity calculation. And you're at 8.5 roughly. And what that translates to is more suction on the drains than you would want, and the risk of somebody actually getting sucked to the drain. That's why the Virginia Graham-Baker Act exists, because kids were getting sucked to drains because velocities were too high. So there's been some things done by the parks folks to mitigate that with some vacuum release systems in the system. But you're relying on mechanical equipment to keep the kids safe as opposed to, you know, physics. The filtration rates are also out of whack. You're moving water too fast through your filter, which means you're not getting a good clean on it. So you've got issues with the ground, you've got issues with the pool, and you've got issues with the systems. And there's no renovation scenario that'll get you 20 years. We can continue to Band-Aid it, but at some point, you're going to reach a catastrophic failure. So fast forward to our recommendation. So we looked at the pool at the existing location. We looked at it near the playground. We looked at over on the other side of the pond in that neck between the soccer fields and the pond. And we looked at it on Garfield Street, and we evaluated it all with the same criteria. We looked at the ground, we looked at the surroundings, we looked at the circulation, the utilities, the security, and sort of matrixed out all of the options and determined that the most cost-effective long-term solution is the site at Garfield Street for all those reasons. And then from there, the pool programming really became about what segments of the population do you want to serve? And Bill and the committees were pretty clear, all of them, you know, seniors to infants. And so what evolved out of that is a sort of zoned swimming pool where you've got a zero depth, which is like a beach entry that goes from 0 deep water to 3.5. And then 3.5 foot to 5 foot, 8-lane, 25-yard lap pool. And then an activity zone with a water slide, aquatic climbing wall, and diving board. So you've got these transitions in activity levels, skill levels, and depth kind of working through the pool. So there's something for everybody. And, you know, there's always this sort of exciting rite of passage for kids as they go to deeper water. When they go from, you know, sitting in 2 inches of water to being able to walk into a foot of water, and then down to 3.5, and then they're swimming lanes, and then they're diving. And so it's something for kids right up through seniors. But what's really kind of exciting about the opportunity with this pool is that underserved group, which is that 13 to 18-year-old who, you know, in most municipal pools, there's not much for them to do. It's a big rectangle, and, you know, other than bouncing around in the pool, there's not much to do. So this gives them the water slide and the climbing wall and the diving board, and keeps them engaged in aquatics and out of trouble, we hope. So the bathhouse is another example of providing amenities for all ages. So it's got your typical locker rooms like you'd see in any bathhouse, but it also has individual changing rooms for people with special needs, or mothers with young sons, or fathers with young daughters, or people with gender issues. It gives an opportunity to have a comfortable setting for everybody. And one of the other things this bathhouse layout does is provides 2 ways to operate the building. One is in the summer when the splash pad and the bathhouse are open, you've got 2 locker rooms and 3 changing rooms available for everybody using the place. In the shoulder seasons, when the pool is shut down, You can close off the majority of the bathhouse. You still have 2 changing rooms and direct access to the splash pad. So those warm days in May or October, you can open up the splash pad and provide aquatic amenities after the pool is shut down for the season. And then there's also ample storage and space for all the equipment and lifeguard, first aid, all the other required spaces. We've also got a concessions area here to serve this end of the park during the summer. So, you know, again, it's a building that provides not just the required amenities, but comfortable amenities for everybody. Architecturally, the location near Garfield Street allows us to create an architecture that relates to this building and to this complex. And in the size of the building is sort of conducive to being able to do some sustainability measures that maybe you can't do on a really large building. So, you know, some solar panels, some green roofs, whatever we can do to make the building more sustainable. The recirculation pumps are kind of energy hogs, so it's hard to drive those on solar, but we can certainly do a lot of the other electrical demand on solar. But the other thing is those solar panels are on the building year round, and this building's only open a couple of months, 3 months a year. But those panels would be feeding back to the grid all year, and you'd be getting those energy credits that you can then apply that credit to your electric bills for the rest of the town. So, you know, there's also an opportunity potentially to do some solar hot water to keep the water temperatures up if you want to extend that season a little bit. So all of that needs to be sort of played out in the context of the budget during the design process. But, you know, with these smaller buildings, it's pretty easy to do some of these things. So this is another shot from Garfield Street looking back. And one of the discussions about the view corridor into and out of the park, we took, we did a lot of work to locate the building and all the vertical construction in the bend in the road where you sort of lose your view to the park anyway. It's kind of tucked behind those tall trees between the driveway and the pond. So I think, you know, the views actually open up quite a bit when the old building, the old bathhouse and pool come down and some of the landscaping is done to the pond. Now you're going to be able to see all the way across the park from Garfield Street all the way across the pond, which you can't do now. Just a couple of more shots of, this is from the crosswalk from this building across the street. A little bit further back so you see more of the park laying out. And then this is the western crosswalk coming from this property. So the comparison of square footage of what you currently have compared to what's proposed, your current pool is a total of 9,730 square feet if you take the pool and this wading pool combined. The new pool is 11,105, so you're increasing your water surface area by 1,375 square feet, but you've added a zero depth, you've added a diving board, you've added a climbing wall and a water slide. So you've increased the fun factor tremendously in a small footprint increase. Pool deck, there's about a 2,800 square foot increase in pool deck. That's primarily for accessibility and to provide queuing space for the amenities, because you'll start to form a line at the water slide and diving board and climbing wall. So you need space to do that without encroaching on the lifeguard areas. The building area is an increase of about 2,100 square feet. Again, that's the additional accessibility requirements, the changing rooms and ample storage and filter space, which you don't have now. The splash pad's all new program, so that's an increase of 4,000 square feet. The soft paved area, which is the sort of new replacement for that fenced in area that's there now, is a modest increase, couple hundred square feet. And that's just calculus based on square footage per camper, a state requirement. So if you take the area within the fence line, there's about a 28,000 square foot increase over what's in the fence line now. But keep in mind that that space between the existing pool and fence line and the pond is underutilized, almost not utilized, just because it's just this kind of awkward space. So if you factor that in, which I don't have the actual square footage on it, but if you factor that in, that delta closes quite a bit, coupled with eliminating the baseball field. You pick up that dirt infield as open grass space and more open field, multi-purpose field. But when you look at, whether the number is a 28,000 square foot increase inside the fence line or 10,000, the park itself is about 1,500,000 square feet. So we're really not talking on a percentage basis about a very large area. In the way it's tucked off to the west end of the park, it opens up a significant amount of grass field for multi-purpose field. It opens up the landscape down to the pond so that you can start talking about active or passive recreation on the pond, kayaks, canoes, fishing, whatever you choose to do out there, you'll now have an opportunity to do it, which you currently do not. And then, so this is just an overall view of the park. So it's a little hard to see, but the yellow line represents the overall park area, a little over 34 acres. And the pond bisects the park right now. And so by opening it up, there's an opportunity to make more of a connection between the two sides of the park. You've got some walking trails and walking and footbridges across and around the pond now. And, over time, those can be enhanced and make more physical connection, not just visual connection. And then this area here is the area I mentioned as between the current pool and the pond that you can reclaim.
Yes, 20,000 square feet.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So this is a document you all have in front of you, the cost. Our charge was to get an aquatic program for the town that can be done for the long term at a reasonable cost of less than 12 million. And so there was a lot of discussion about what's in and what's out and how big's the pool and what the levers you can pull are to reduce costs if necessary. And this is where we landed. So you get rid of the baseball field, you rework the open fields for some multi-purpose sports. You build the aquatic program at Mill Pond, which includes the pool and the splash pad and the bathhouse. You do the little soft paved area, which is not just for the campers, but for special events as well. And then you demo the old pool and bathhouse and reclaim that space. And then over at Churchill, you put in a splash pad in the general area of the existing wading pool. That comes to construction costs of about 10.5 million. Put some contingency on that, and you're at about 11,640. So that's kind of I guess we'll call it the Reader's Digest version after 4 years, but there's a lot of additional information that if anybody wants to dive into the weeds, I'm happy to do that. But I think this kind of gives an overview of how we got to where we are. And I'm happy to answer any questions on any of that.
Questions from counselors?
Yeah.
Counselor Page.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much for all of your work, everyone, and this presentation. So just to clarify, if my math is right, the increase in the footprint, if you will, of this proposal would be less than 2% of the entire park space. If we take 1.5 million square feet, was it, divided by less than 30,000 square feet increase?
Yep. Your math is correct. Yes. Yeah, it's about, just about 2%.
Okay, so that seems like a big bang for the buck for less than 2% increase with all those amenities. I appreciate all your work on this. I look forward to further discussion with all the stakeholders. Appreciate it.
Counselor. Counselor Menke. You're on mute.
How about now?
You're good.
Okay. I appreciate your proposal. I guess I've always had three concerns with the pool. I agree we need a new pool. I like pools. I like splash pads. I think that's an addition to our town we don't have. My three concerns were the location and parking. And I'll leave those aside for now. My other concern was that we look at our pools as a holistic approach. And I think that's important when we present this to the voters. We need to show them what's the cost going to be for our entire pools, our aquatic program, not just the one pool that's here. There is no question we need to replace our pools. But it wasn't too long ago that Churchill was the pool that was the one falling apart and needed to get replaced critically. I'm a little disappointed, and I do serve on the committee, I guess reluctantly, because I promised I never serve on a building committee, but I do serve on the building committee. And I wish they would have spent more time looking at Churchill and giving us a cost of what the life expectancy of Churchill is. What are we looking at down the road? I understand maybe we can't figure out what the usage of that pool is, but I don't want to approve and build one pool and then find out, 4 or 5 years down the road, we got to then redo another pool. Is it the committee's recommendation that we just let Churchill go by the wayside and not repair it? Because I thought that was the charge of the committee, was to look at all the pools, all the aquatic programs. And I don't think that was done at this point. I think we just looked at Mill Pool as replacing that pool. Even in the minutes of the pool committee's July 1st meeting, the first item of new business, was the timeline for referendum. So it wasn't to look at Churchill Park, right? Well, it wasn't to look at the other proposals for Mill Pond. It was to how to get this to referendum. And I appreciate you wanting to get this to referendum as quickly as possible. But I also was hoping to see more holistic approach and find out what are the taxpayers facing to repair all of our pools? Or are we saying we're just going to have one pool in town and it's going to be this one?
So I'll let Eileen and Bill speak to the programming, but just one point on the condition of Churchill. We did a structural sounding of that pool on a 1-foot grid. And Churchill, from a structural standpoint, is more sound than Mill Pond. What Churchill is suffering from are bathhouse issues and piping issues and equipment issues that can be renovated outside of a major replacement of the pool in the short term. So Churchill wasn't ignored. It was just deemed to not need the immediate attention that Mill needs. So programming wise, I'll defer to you.
Yeah, I don't think our intention was ever to let it die. Our intention is to keep it running as long as we can. I mean, just like buying a new car, there's comes a time when your old car, you stop putting all the money into it and you say, okay, you got to either buy a new one or start walking. So I think our intention with Churchill is to keep it going, to see what happens within our community, because a 10% increase in population could stand to be quite a bit of children. We don't know. So to say whether can we live with one pool or do we need two pools, it's pretty hard. I might be at odds with. Go ahead.
And I appreciate that. I do. But I think then we need to put them all. If we need to replace the bathhouse, then make a Churchill, then make it part of this proposal to replace, to fix all of our aquatic, not just wait till down the road. And if Churchill needs to get fixed at some point or something to be done with it, then do it. I'd rather spend the money to get all of them up to snuff than just do one and then wait a couple of years and do the next one.
I think we would all love to have two beautiful aquatic facilities, but the odds of that passing referendum are probably pretty slim.
But it's
I
not,
know that.
I don't think we're our goal isn't to get it to pass referendum. Our goal is to tell the voters, the taxpayers,
okay.
what they're facing for
Okay.
pools in our town.
I understand. I know that there was quite a bit of money put into the bathhouse itself. Most recently, the what do you call them, piers? They stand.
Girders.
The girders were replaced, and those girders were rotted to the point that the building was a little not so structurally sound. And now if you go down in the basement and you look at all the work that they've done, it looks great. The bathhouse is in better shape than Mill. I mean, you can at least use the bathroom without seeing through the wall. There's not big holes in there, but it's not ADA accessible. That's the biggest problem up there. It's just not built that way, and that needs to get changed. We have to set our priorities. And I think we start with the bottom one. We start with Mill, fix Mill, see what happens. If it's big enough to handle all the aquatic needs of the town, great. Maybe we don't need two pools. I won't say what my feelings are about that one, but I would like to see Churchill remain open for as long as possible until that day comes when we have to make a decision. Right now, I don't think we can make that decision.
Councilor Draco?
Yeah, and I agree with Councilor Mankey in terms of it feels to me that the charge of this committee or the results of this, what's going to be brought to referendum is basically Mill Pond Park Aquatic Facility. I guess I was expecting to have the costs of both, but whatever, I wish that it sets some expectations for me, but that's fine. I do agree that, Mill Pond Pool needs to be replaced. I have no problem with that, nor with the addition of a splash pad. It seems to be, very popular and probably less liability in terms of some of the other recreation facilities that other communities have. I just have a couple questions, and it might be premature, but first of all, I know there seems to be pushback about, people seem to feel that there's going to be a loss of open space, and I'm one of those people who feel that there perhaps might be a loss of open space, but it comes, I think, from some of the material that has been distributed in the past. Somebody gave me something dated, July 2024, which is talking about a band shell and overlooking deck and railings and whatever. I mean, I have it in front of me. It's still it. So I think that's where a lot of the perception is coming from, is that we're losing open space because of these other
That's
activities.
those things were part of a grand scheme to redo the whole park, and it was in phases, phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 2, we killed and said, we can't afford it. We're just going to do phase 1. Phase 1 is the pool, the splash pad.
Demolition.
Yeah, and, getting the old bathhouse torn down so that we have a clear view of the pond and
But there is costs in here for a phase 2 environmental analysis.
Yes. But it's not going to happen. We're not going to do phase 2.
So the phase 2 environmental analysis is not a construction phase 2. That's a term for additional soil testing. So the environmental analyses are phase 1, 2, and 3. If you find something in phase 1, you test in phase 2. If you find something in phase 2, you go further. So that has nothing to do with
the
future phases of construction.
That helps, but I think what would help me and might help some of these other people, and I know it's been asked in the past, it's nice to see that these
maps on PowerPoint, whatever. But if you could put up stakes in Mill Pond right now, in the park, exactly, well, not stakes, but, the perimeters of what's going to be built on and what's going to remain. So if you can just stake out what the new pool construction is proposed and where the fences are going to be, I think it would answer a lot of questions, and it would assuage some of the concerns, I think. So that's my one request, or
Gail, the problem with that is that what we're looking at right now is a conceptual design. It's not a finished product. It's just a concept at this point. We don't know what the end product is going to look like, because if our bids come back too high, if we decide we want to shrink this or, change the shape a little bit, it's all going to be different.
then how can you say that we're not going to lose park space?
Or it's not going to be bigger.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think it's an important point to make that this project hasn't been designed yet. There's a preliminary master plan and a programming effort to figure out, what the town needs. There's a whole design process that needs to happen. So there's about 1 million decisions left to make. And all of those decisions about exact building placement, those will come out during the design process. So I fully expect that in the several months of design, we'll be meeting with the building committee, the council again, to review the designs long before it goes out to bid and you're locked into anything. So what this is proposing is that you need a swimming pool, you need a bathhouse, you need a splash pad. This is about how big we think it needs to be. This is what we think it's going to cost. Now we got to go design it.
Okay.
So there's a lot of work to be done still.
Okay, and then just one other, since and again, it's simply because I'm not familiar with the operational and the mechanics, but with the addition of a splash pad, which is, needed, I'm just curious, because you showed that red line where the sewer, the MDC sewer is going right through the park, whatever. There'll be increased water capacity for the new pool, no matter where it's located, part of the park, there's gonna be increased water capacity. No matter what part of the park the splash pad is located on, there's gonna be perhaps runoff or whatever. How is that, has MDC, how have you figured out where the runoff is and chemical water? Where is it going to be going to storm water drainage or sewers or what?
Yeah, it's all highly regulated. So filter backwash and drain water will all go to sanitary. So very little will go to storm. Only runoff off the decks will go to storm. So the splash pad water during the season when everything is up and running, that water will be recirculated. And so everything that comes out of the features will go back to a holding tank, get filtered, chemically treated, and put back to the feature. So it's a closed loop. So there's not a lot of water loss. In the shoulder seasons, when your building is shut down, then that's when that water will go to the sanitary sewer. So it's single passed at that point. But the systems are on a computer program, so they're not all running full bore all the time. They're cycled. So you save a lot of water that way. And then one of the decisions that's left to be made is what do you do with that water? Do you want to try and reuse it for sprinkler or irrigation? We've done various things with that wastewater in the past. Sometimes it just gets wasted, but usually there's some reuse plan.
Because I know immediately or several months after this town hall was opened, there was a problem with the sewer backup and the pipes being too small or whatever. So I just want to make sure that that's been considered and MDC is kept in the loop of what's planned for the. And then just one other thing, I know there was a lot of discussion on Facebook regarding, I don't care one way or the other, whether there's a charge for the splash pad or not. That's Parks and Rec's, board decision, not a problem. But I do know, since it's a new facility, we have maintenance costs now for the pool, the existing pool we have. there's gonna be, and I'm sure increased maintenance costs for this new pool, wherever it is, simply because it's gonna be bigger, better, more exciting, more facilities. But the splash pad being a new entity, how will that, what's like the the additional cost for something like that, the yearly maintenance, and where are you gonna recoup that cost from? Will it be pool, were you anticipating that? Because I read several places where, maintenance on a nice splash pad could be up to $30,000 a year. And if you're not gonna be charging for it, have you anticipated that? Is that, I just would like to know what some of the ongoing costs are gonna be.
I think if I may, the maintenance costs are gonna be considerably less, significantly less, because it's all gonna be upgraded new filtration systems and new water saving mechanisms and things like that. I can tell you that we're putting tens of thousands of dollars, maybe even $100,000 of maintenance, just trying to keep the pools going. We've put it, just recently, you guys approved a $30,000 filtration system change for the wading pool that failed at Mill. 2 years before that, we redid the big pool's filtration system. Yesterday, we had 4 valves go, and we had to run someone down to New Haven who flew parts from the West Coast over. So you're probably going to see a significant savings.
So it might be a wash then. It's not gonna be.
I think you're going to be ahead of the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Rada?
First of all, thank you very much for coming forward with at least a preliminary presentation. I think we all appreciate that. Couple of questions that I have. Any estimate of what the renovation cost will be for the current Churchill Park pool? And what else, whatever needs to be done that hasn't been taken care of in terms of the bathhouse?
We haven't looked at that other than the additional splash pad. When we looked at it a few years ago, it's ongoing maintenance plus whatever breaks. And so I think there was an epoxy lining of the main drain pipes a few years ago.
That was 30,000.
30,000
for the girders. The building's falling down at Churchill. The chlorine has eaten the metal away in the basement. The floors of the bathroom, of the showers, are leaking into the first floor of the filtration room. That's going to be an expensive venture. So in my professional opinion, if we're going to do whatever we can to keep Churchill open, that's just like we are with Mill. For 10 years, we've been bubble gum and bailiwick and sticky glue. We're painting the pools almost every year to keep the concrete from not peeling and spalling into the kids' feet. So, in my opinion, if the pool failed at Churchill, you wouldn't build it as big as that pool, right? Nobody builds 50, nobody. There's 2 in the state that build 50-meter outdoor pools. You just wouldn't do it anymore because it's not the design of a public pool. So you'd reduce it. And I mean, a ballpark figure, I mean, if you want an answer, it's going to be the $11 million, basically. You're probably going to be in the same ball game. And you subtract $1 million because you'll have a splash pad already. So it'd be 10 million. And that's kind of, I mean, if you're really looking for just a ballpark figure, but the idea is to keep it going as long as we possibly can. We stuck a lot of money into it. So let's see what we can do. We spent, I think when Dave Langdon was here, he probably spent over $30,000 or $40,000 on digging up the decking. And there was, I think at the day I came into this job 10 years ago, there were 34 pipe leaks under the decking. So we dug up the decking, replaced pool pipe after pipe after pipe, and we went all the way around the facility. About 3 to 4 years ago, we put a sock in the 14 feet deep drain pipe. It was leaking thousands and thousands of gallons of water. So we did just like the MDC did on Cedar Street. We put this sock through to keep it from leaking that goes to the bathhouse. But that was only guaranteed for a year. And that was about 3 to 4 years ago. So You know, you want us to predict when is it gonna fail? Nobody knows. You don't know what the other side of the concrete is when it's touching water all the time or damp soil because of leakage. So it's a lot of fortune telling when it comes to pools.
Well, that, yeah, and I wasn't asking in terms of what a cost of a new pool at Churchill Park would be, but this gives me somewhat of an idea of, I'm thinking yearly estimate.
Yeah.
If for whatever renovations, and I know it's hard, you need a crystal ball and none of us have it, to figure out what's going to be going on with Churchill Park over the next few years.
The idea, Madam Counselor, is the idea is to make Mill big enough, but yet program it properly so that you could provide swimming lessons and recreational swim for senior citizens at lunchtime, and swim lessons in the morning and nights, and pool parties on Saturdays still at Mill, and then reevaluate. Because what we're finding from state legislators is that there's probably going to be a state law coming down the pipe for us that won't make municipalities in the state of Connecticut exempt anymore for summer camps. So there's a good chance that summer camp kids are going to have to use the pool at Mill. And we want to make sure that if that happens, the use at Churchill will be minimized considerably. And that's the reason why you can't make too many predictions yet. And that's why you wouldn't make the bathhouse or the pool that big in the future if that state law comes into effect.
Just one or two other questions. I saw, and I can't put my finger on it right at the moment, but I know you were talking that currently the pools are not ADA compliant.
Correct.
Somewhere in here I saw lift chair. Is that what I'm thinking, that it would help facilitate someone with? a
There is one
disability?
there. There's one at both pools right now.
Well, wait, I hate to admit this, but last week the one at Mill broke, and that's $15,000.
Yeah.
And I'm deciding now in my mind, do I have to meet ADA laws and have people with wheelchairs be able to use it? Or do I bite the bullet and wait another summer?
But the other thing about the lift chair is there's no accessible route to get to the lift chair. So you can't get through the building. The decks are too steep. So even if you had a perfectly compliant lift chair, the accessible route to the lift chair is not accessible.
And the lift chair, that's the nice thing about the zero depth entry. The lift chair is one person at a time. You got to get out of your wheelchair. You got to get into the lift chair. Somebody's got to strap you in. You got to get down. You got to get out. You know, it's a struggle. And for some people, it's very difficult to navigate that route. So just getting in, you know, on a zero depth entry, like going to the beach, is accessible to a bunch of people at a time and much easier, much more convenient. You know?
Having, years ago in nursing, I understand and have used lift chairs. I know how cumbersome and how difficult it can always be. But to see that, there is this forethought and probably regulation as well. And I like the zero depth entry, which makes it much easier for folks. But
kids
then also to
included,
have that
little ones.
as an option.
Yeah, but the other thing is with the zero depth entry, so what we try to do is give a variety of ways to be accessible, because the zero depth entry is great, but most people don't have wheelchairs you can roll into water.
Yeah.
So they're going to want to use the lift chair so they can get into deeper water and immediately start swimming. Some folks have wheelchairs that can go in the water. Some people have mobility impairments that don't require a wheelchair, and for them, the zero depth is great. But there's no one thing that's the catch-all for everybody. So we try and provide various opportunities to access the water in different ways.
And that's appreciated. Thank you.
In the splash pad, the swim committee went with a splash pad at Churchill because, for those of you who don't know, there's about 17,000 picnickers every summer at the 3 pavilions. They rent it out every Saturday and Sunday. So the idea there was for grandparents and parents that bring their kids to weddings or Jack and Jill's or family functions, birthday parties, et cetera, they can let their children go cool off and enjoy the splash pad and the fun that goes on at a splash pad at Churchill. And I think that will solve a great deal of the problems that people are heating up during their picnic times with this hot weather that we've been experiencing. So
I'm thinking they'd go in with their grandchildren. I would.
Councilor Siniakis.
Yeah, thanks for coming, guys. I appreciate the presentation. Being on the committee with you, I really don't have any questions for you guys, but I do want to address some of the things some of the other concerns that have been popped up. Yeah, it would be nice to have kind of like a broad plan for both parks, but since this committee was formed, we've heard nothing other than that this whole process is being rushed. And us not having a plan for Churchill right now is exactly us taking our time with that, not rushing that project, just making sure that we have everything, all of our ducks in a row when it comes to that pool. But just because we want to be, diligent on that aspect doesn't mean that we should stop what we're doing at Middle Pond either. That plan has been vetted for years now. It's ready to go. And I think that the townspeople deserve a chance to vote on it. And also to the same point, the committee is also very aware of a bonding issue. Like we don't want to have some sort of grandiose master plan that costs double what this does, and then we won't be able to get the bonding for it or anything like that. So doing it in phases to be fiscally, conservative with it and do it in little pieces rather than one big lump sum was a decision that was made that we felt would be more conducive to the entire town. So I just want to clear that up, that we're doing this with a reason, and it would be very nice to just have everything all at once, but we need time. And I feel like there's some sort of underlying tone that once Mill Pond is done, our committee will stop meeting, which is not the case at all. We're probably gonna be meeting for the better half of the next 5 years to get this all taken care of. So I just wanted to, say my piece with that and kind of just address some of the concerns that popped up.
Councilor Nagel.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. You've enlightened me about certain things I've been questioning my mind about for years. I'm still not quite certain about the location for a variety of reasons, but set that aside. If we, as you said, it's impractical to put stakes around the park, could we have a map that's a little overlay to give us an estimate as to where it is? It appears from what I've seen in the pictures that what is planning to be constructed is a little further to the west from the ballpark area in the corner than I had envisioned. And obviously envisioned a brick wall back of the bathhouse right next to the entrance of the east entrance of Town Hall and whatever. And your pictures tend to make me believe that it's shifted somewhat. So I'm a little confused exactly where it is. And I do understand what you've said about concept and what may be practical. So that's a concern that I have. Also a concern about bonding, which was alluded to before, that indeed we have other projects that need to be bonded. And indeed, if I'm not wrong, there is only so much we can bond per year. And the taxpayers need to be aware of that, or no matter how realistic and viable it is to replace this pool. And I agree, the pool needs to be replaced. There's no question with that. In relation to location, you may have mentioned this early on in your presentation. Where is the splash pad going to be put in Churchill? Is it adjacent to where the pool is right now?
Where the waiting pool is.
Hmm?
Where the waiting pool is at
Where the
Churchill.
waiting pool
Yeah.
is. Okay, I have to rethink as to where that is. I can figure it out.
Near where the basketball court is, if you go up the hill and you see the basketball, like it's gonna
Okay.
be in that back corner, maybe wrapped around some.
Okay, thank you. I have a clear idea now. Another question adjacent to having the pool there is parking, which may not be the province of this committee. And people will park wherever they want to park, and that is a consideration as well. perhaps there are other plans as to what can do to relieve that problem. People will park where they shouldn't, and granted, we do have some locations coming up supposedly that are down the street from Garfield, but lugging stuff that with families and whatever, their stuff, that may even be too far for them as well and create some congestion on Garfield Street. So there is concern about that. Last but not least, the referendum process. There is a process of backlog from when an election is held, federal whatever, the state, in terms of how many weeks you have to go back to get to the process, to go through the town and so on, that whatever project has to be presented to this committee. And my understanding is that that had passed in June. I don't understand how you can, or it can be officially done or logically done or whatever as to how you can make it to referendum according to those plans when the library, I have nothing against the library, but they had planned to come to a referendum as well. They had changed their minds for other reasons, aside from just that, but it had to do from when the referendum deadline came to present something to this council to go through the process of steps that had to be done to get it on the ballot. And I believe September, Jamie may be able to, September 4th or 3rd is the
Correct.
deadline.
September 5th. If the council wishes to put this on the November presidential, with the presidential election in November, the last date that this must be prepared, the drop dead date is Thursday, November 5th. That's the last day. I'm sorry, September 5th. That's the last day to approve the bond question for inclusion on the ballot on November 5th. There's a series of things you need to do to get to that point over the next several weeks. And that would include having a discussion about the bonding portion of the project. And as you might be aware now, Janet Murphy is currently working with a consultant to take a bigger look at our debt overall and how that applies to our bonding policy. You don't need that to discuss the project, but you will eventually need that to decide whether or not to go to bonding. At a future meeting, you will need to ask the council, you would discuss the bonding portion in more depth, and you would instruct staff to instruct the bond attorney and the finance director to come up with the bonding language. That's been done inconsistently in past projects. I don't believe it was done for Wallace or Town Hall, but it was done for Reynolds, having the council take action to say, please prepare bond language. So I think it would recommend that you consider doing so. Then the attorney, the bond attorney and the finance director would go ahead and put that language together. It would come back to you for discussion and approval. There would be a public hearing. There's a whole series of meetings, approvals, and notifications to the public. But the long story short is all of that has to be done by September 5th if you wish to have this on the ballot for November 5th.
My understanding that there was a process and a period of time that went back to June. Nothing against what you're doing.
It's
but
very
the matter of
confusing, I
following
agree.
The charter and the town and the process according to the state, and how can it be truncated without violating any ordinances or state law or statutes or whatever? I don't expect you to.
That's a great question. The answer to that is using regular meetings only and not having special meetings or whatever. If you want to cancel your August meeting or whatever, then it actually would have been July 9th, would have been the meeting where you started discussing what you're discussing tonight. So you're essentially one meeting behind without any kind of special meetings or other actions. So the notifications required to the public, such as the draft bond language being advertised, it would have to be advertised if the council approves the draft bond language. It would have to be advertised no later than August 22nd in order for that to meet all the guidelines. That's just one example. But the July 9th date that had been thrown out there was just, again, just looking at regular meetings and nothing else.
Oh, you can see why I'm asking this, because the public's going
I
to wonder why. You know, it's their money.
I agree.
Someone is going to come forth and say, well, you haven't met the guidelines in coming to legitimate referendum, and other departments, other elements in town may go through this process as well, and would be wondering, well, how can we do this if they can do that? And I'm not blaming, I just want the public to know and everyone to know what happened here, how it can be done, is it ethical to have it done so that everyone, be it town administration, the council, the public, knows how all this came about. And other things that I had questions about, you've explained tonight and you've cleared up for me as to how the committee came with, I understand, 2 meetings a week to this conclusion to present this here tonight. I understand that, and that's cleared up to me as well as some of the sight line for open space and whatever. I'm not quite personally sold on that, but that's for the public to decide if we go to that point. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't ask a question you could specifically answer according to whatever others have done. So I do think it's important for us to have this discussion right now, so everyone realizes what should be transparent to the town. Thank you.
Councilor Page.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to again thank you all very much for your hard work on this. I know Councilor Rada and I, for our 3rd year, we've been asking to get the pools moving forward. We were denied. We finally we're in a position now to have this conversation tonight. We're in a position to base this conversation based on facts. We owe this to the Newington voters, to the residents, and we will move this forward. And I'm really grateful. I think that we can continue to wring our hands and look for reasons to not do this, but I think we're done with that, and I think we need to move forward. I look forward to doing that and handing this over to the voters of Newington to decide, do they want to continue to engage with the facilities that we've seen tonight, which in my opinion have been a disgrace for years, and we should be ashamed of ourselves for having it allowed to get to this point. And we don't buy 2 new cars at once unless you got a ton of money. We buy 1 car, like we're going to do hopefully with this Mill Pond project, and down the road, if we need a 2nd car, we'll do it. I like Ms. Francolino's analogy. So let's keep moving forward and get this to the hands of the voters and let them decide what is the right thing as a tremendous investment for our kids, our seniors. And let's just emphasize again, given our proclamation earlier tonight, for people with disabilities. Again, it's disgraceful that somehow they're 2nd-class citizens by us not being ADA compliant. I reject that. And I embrace the fact that we're going to do the right thing finally for Newington, after years of sitting on our hands and dithering. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Councilor Mankey.
Yeah, I'm certainly in favor of new pools. I'm certainly in favor of splash pads. I think that's probably the bigger bang for the buck and probably more fun for the kids. After listening to Mr. DeMayo's comments about the Churchill bathhouse falling apart, again, I would like to see a cost estimate, what it would take to bring all of our facilities up to ADA compliance and up to safety standards and up to the modern uses. I think to tell the voters we're gonna go out for this, and granted, I appreciate we're gonna take it in pieces, but $12 million is a pretty big piece. I'd rather sell it to the voters saying, look, it's going to cost us $20 million, but here we're going to get 2 serviceable pools out of it. I think to say that we're going to just do 1 and then we'll think about the other one down the road, I think it does disservice to the voters, because they're going to be hit somewhere down the road for another $12 million for another repair or another pool.
Might be another 17 years.
But you're right. It might be another 17 years. So then why don't we do it all at once and get it done?
Because this town doesn't have the appetite for that.
The odds of that passing referendum are slim to none.
But that was the charge of the committee, was to look at all our aquatics. And if
Right, and-
if the bathhouse is falling apart, as you're saying at Churchill, then that's a disgrace. Why do we put up with that? Then fix it. Let's get it fixed. Put it as part of this price.
We can begin to look at a way to come up with a project, but the need for it to be there, we don't know. We don't know if we're gonna need it. Maybe the way that mill is gonna be designed is gonna be adequate to meet the needs of our town. And then all that work to design a new pool at Churchill would be kind of wasted. Because we don't know whether we're gonna need it or not. This is a new pool. It's got a splash pad. It's a different concept. We have no idea what the numbers are gonna look like. We won't know that probably for 2 seasons, I would bet. Because, you know, the initial season would be busy because it's a new attraction. And after that, do we think it's gonna, you know, dwindle off, or are they gonna still come or whatever? We don't know. I don't know how you figure that out.
I think that, but I think it's an exercise that needs to be done.
It's expensive.
Council Floyd?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things. To Councilor Menke, the point that you just made. Listen, we're not ready to ask the public for $20 million. That's insane. The public is not in a position to give us $20 million. Taxpayers are not in a position to meet their basic needs, let alone give us $20 million. So that put aside, the committee's work continues. Like AJ said, Councilor Tiniaco, said, should this be passed at referendum or should it not? This committee's work continues, whether it's relative to the question at Churchill. Look, me as a taxpayer and as a voter, I'd love to see, a continued pool at Churchill, but that's something that is a continued discussion. That's something that the voters of Newington, at some point when we get to that point where, God forbid, that pool or the facilities there fail, that's for them to decide. That's not for us 9 to decide. And it's not just for a committee to decide, it's for the voters of Newington to decide. It has always been for the voters of Newington to decide. Councilor Nagel, you put it, I think, very eloquently, that it's the public's decision. And so why we would retain control over this project and find reasons to say no, which I want to give grace to the very legitimate questions that folks raise, but we should find reasons to say, yes, our pools are in horrific shape. And it's incumbent on us to give the public the decision where it has always lied, finally actually give it to them to make a final determination as to whether or not we need this kind of project at Mill Pond and in the future, perhaps anywhere else. But it's their decision. So, not only does the committee's work continue, but in relative to some of the questions that others have raised around this specific committee, maybe not going through, and Sandy Nafis, you mentioned this as well in your comments, that the committee did go through previous iterations of this project. They went through reports. Hell, the chair of the previous committee was a member of this committee. There is such institutional knowledge in this committee that we have currently that has done great work in such a short period of time. They are very familiar with the previous projects and the previous plans that have been put together, the previous locations, whatever it might be, highly familiar with that. So it just goes to show, one last thing I'll say is with relative to the bond question, which I think is a very legitimate one. Janet, as you said, Jamie, together with that consultant, is reviewing those questions. I trust in her expertise as a staff member. I trust in her department's expertise, which she will bring to us, I hope, prior to us moving forward with a referendum. But I'm not going to make a determination, and we certainly should not make a determination on that kind of question without first seeing that expertise come to fruition, without first seeing the answers to the questions that our finance director that does great work for us is able to find. And finally, with regards to the design, as you said, Mr. Fortuna, it's subject to change. There is no design. Well, the question before us is, as a council, eventually as this process moves forward, is do we need a new pool or do we not need a new pool? If we believe we need a new pool, then we need to send this question to the voters to fund that new pool. We're not deciding if the bricks are yellow or if the splash pad's got grass on it, or if it's got, if it's got a lion instead of a spaceship. We're deciding whether or not we need a new aquatics facility. And if we believe that we do, we send it to the voters to make a determination about whether they think they'd like to give us the money to do that or not. It's very simple. And so there will be cost overruns, as there are with any project, as there were infamously with this project, that change a design, that change what the initial intent of the project is, that reform and restructure. And so, that bearing in mind, questions around there's been questions in the past around the rock wall, or questions in the past around the slide, or questions in the past about these minute details. These details are subject to change because why? The committee's work still continues, whether this is passed or not. So I just want to thank you for all the work that you've done in a very short period of time. And I'm looking forward to moving this forward to the voters who retain the opportunity to make this decision, for them to actually finally be able to pull the lever at the ballot box and make that choice. Thank you.
Councilor Kiniakis.
To echo what Councilor Ford said and to address what Councilor Menke said, he's right. The charge of the committee is to look at both pools. But there was never any time frame or expiration date given to the committee to do so. We're in a position right now, especially this year, to do something pretty incredible for the townspeople. We have a federal election. Voter turnout in town during federal elections is close to 80% of the town. And off years, when it's not that, we pull maybe 25, maybe 30%. So we have an opportunity to follow state guidelines, get the referendum question on the ballot legally, without circumventing any kind of rules or anything like that. And we have the opportunity to get almost double the input from the townspeople than we normally would any other year. So I can't understand why we wouldn't want to do that, why we wouldn't want to give the opportunity to the most people in this town to voice their opinion whether or not they want this. So I fully support this. I think that it's possible, and I think it's us doing right by the people of this town to let us know what they want in their community.
Councilor. Councilor Gonzalez.
You guys have said a lot, so I'm not going to repeat it. Thank you guys for this presentation. I think a lot of questions that people have raised, you answered, especially on the location. I fully support this, but it doesn't matter if I did or if I didn't, because it's not my job to, if I personally don't like the pool, that's for everyone else to vote for. So we send it to referendum and the people get to make the choice. It's not my job to say yes or no to this pool. And I think you guys have spoken on how the details may change and things may change, but legally it's going to get to referendum if we get, if that's the route we go. And, I'm very supportive of this, and thank you for your efforts that you've put into this. It's time for the people to make the decision.
Agreed.
The community.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Menke.
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Porter. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. I agree with Councilor Porter and those that went before me. I agree. It's the voters' decision. It's always been the voters' decision. I said the same thing when we went to the OFI building. The voters should have decided whether we do it or not. This is the voters' decision. I just think the voters should have all the facts and look at all the expenses. To use the car analogy, I'm not going to put brand new tires on my car if my muffler doesn't go bad anymore. But if I need to have a major oil leak, I want to know all the costs. So that's my point. I would have liked to seen some cost estimates or some idea of what it would cost to fix things, at least make them better at Churchill, before we put a brand new splash pad there and then find out that the bathhouse falls down. But I agree, it always has been and always will be the voters' decision.
Counselor Nagel?
One thing that just came to mind, talking about voting this year and being able to vote, if this goes on a referendum, we have instituted now an early voting policy, which means if indeed this is not resolved early enough for when the ballots go out for early voting, that people will be able to vote early on a referendum. The only way they will be, as far as I know, is if they come and in person vote yet again in person, which, doesn't make sense to me, but so can you address that, Jamie?
The September 5th date that we discussed does take into account early voting. The deadlines and all the notifications and all of the decisions the council needs to make in the public hearing takes into account that early voting would be included with this.
Okay, so there is no, I'll say the word chance, maybe the wrong word, chance that this may not be met and that those who vote early will not have the opportunity to vote on a referendum topic.
You can't not have early voting for a referendum that would be separate from the presidential election. So if you decided to do, because this would be like a local election, so there's no early voting for that. So if you were to say, we're going to do November 5th is a presidential election, we're going to do this, say, on December 5th or whatever you decide, you cannot do early voting for that. You can only do it if it is tied to another election, in this case, the presidential election. We will certainly review everything with the Office of the Secretary of the State to make sure, that we're doing everything according to the law and with the bond attorney as well to make sure that all the notifications are out there. But my understanding is that the September 5th drop dead date to send this to referendum would allow for early voting for the entire ballot, including the presidential race and anything else we have going on and the referendum.
Yeah, we want the public to vote on this, and if they wish to, on whoever's on the ballot to be elected. And that might be a flaw that might, affect the voting public in terms of their rights or lack of rights. It goes beyond the pool. It goes and everything.
This calendar that I have in front of me that was supplied to me by the town clerk and reviewed by staff and for the Secretary of State guidelines indicates early voting as being available for this referendum if the council decides to send it to the November 5th ballot.
Very good.
Okay. And one last comment. I am not in the shaming game for all people who agree or disagree in past committees, councils, whatever, in terms of this subject or any other subject. So contrary to what was mentioned earlier, I don't think the word shame is appropriate for their good intentions, whether any of us personally think they were good intentions or not. And that goes for both sides of the aisle and public as well. Just wanted to go on record saying that.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes, I didn't want to interrupt Counselor Mankey. I forgot to say one last thing. We're going to be saving money now. If we have this nice new pool, we won't be doing all the maintenance. So maybe you can take that money and put it towards doing a little maintenance on the bathhouse. That's all.
Thank you, Counselor.
I think I came and mentioned to the council at one point also is that tax revenue from all our marijuana tax revenue that we get in, to spend it on a pool or maintenance of a pool or something like that does fall within the requirements of how that money is spent. So that's something else that you could keep in mind, because that's it's a good chunk of change.
Mr. Mayor, if I could put a bow on this thing, a couple of things that this council should take credit for and be proud of. One, you're being proactive. The bottom line is the pool is in bad shape. We don't know when it's going to collapse, but it's going to collapse. That's just a fact. But what you're doing is you're planning ahead, because this is a 2-year project, right? This isn't until June 1st of 2026. We're hoping that we can bubble gum this pool together and keep it open, because elected officials, in my experience over 45 years, you don't want to be in a position to have no pool at Mill in the summer. That does not make anybody happy in Newington, okay? And it doesn't make anybody happy in any other town. So that's important to remember. So what you're doing is, in a professional manner, you're saying you're gonna put a pool at Garfield Street, but you're keeping Mill Pond open the best you can so that the kids in the public and the seniors and everybody that uses it, 22,000 visits in 8 weeks that use Mill Pond, will still be able to use it for the next 2 summers. And that's really something to be proud of. Lastly, in Facebook, when people say it's negative that the camp kids, the 500 camp kids and the 50 preschool kids are using the pool, in my mind, and in your mind, it should be, that is not negative. They're residents, they're tax-paying residents, their parents pay taxes here. So we should be proud that 500 kids are being actively swimming and taking 3,500 kids are taking swim lessons. And summer camp kids are getting recreational swim lessons in the morning and recreational swim in the afternoon. That senior citizens are taking free swimming from 12 to 1 every day at Mill, Monday through Friday. So it's important to know that you guys are doing good things. This is not negative. This is a positive thing for the town of Newington, and you should take credit for it because it's going to be a great thing. And 500 kids, 50 kids. If we were to say it was negative, that would be like saying 500 kids can't play on our soccer fields or 500 kids can't use our basketball courts at the parks. Who would say that? That doesn't make any sense. It's taxpayers are using the pools and they're taking advantage of it. And that's what we're doing here. We're being proactive. We're trying to forecast the future and we're making good common sense decisions that are economical and that the taxpayers in Newington can afford or stomach. And that's really what we're doing. Keep the price down, keep the service high. That's it.
Thank you all for being here and thank you for your presentation. I agree with the overall kind of state of feeling here that we're really at the point now where it's time for the public to make a decision on this. As Mr. Woods said, this has been talked about for decades. As long as I've lived here, I can remember hearing about it. And it's become, frankly, it's become a wedge in our community. People choose sides, people here, it becomes not a good thing for our community at large. And it's time for people to make a choice on that. And I think that's what we have a responsibility to do here as a council, is to bring that forward to people to make a choice on. Staff has put together a good timeline, legal timeline. I agree. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to bring something to referendum if everybody isn't able to vote equitably as everyone else should. So we are focused on that. I'd even go so far as to say, I know to direct staff to prepare the bond language so we can start moving on and get this process rolling so that we can bring this to the public. That's what our responsibility is, and that's what our charge is as a council, and that's what we'll continue to do. But thank you all for being here tonight, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thanks for listening.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot.
All right, moving on to item 10C. Human Services Initiatives for the Homeless. Carol, thank you for hanging out with us.
Next time I'm going first.
I know. Sorry.
Okay, and let's just go back and do this little bitty step. Because it doesn't look anything like it did this time. Thank you. Okay, I will be very, very brief. I was asked to come in and kind of speak to what we might be able to do with the generous money that was granted in the budget towards homelessness. And I'm very, very appreciative for that. But I have to say, and I think you all know that, we've got folks who are identifying cases, working with cases. It is a drop in a very, very large bucket, right? Absolutely. So why doesn't this go forward?
Scott to the rescue.
You said this arrow. So when we have someone coming in who's homeless, we kind of look at some eligibility guidelines. So, you know, who can we help? Obviously, we have a very small pool, and the pool that we've used to help people thus far is all based on donations from the community. So we look at, does this person who presents as homeless in our community have some connection to Newington? Either they've been living in the motels transiently, self-paying for a period of time, so they've made that connection to Newington, or they had a prior rental in Newington that they now no longer can afford, or ownership that's foreclosed on, or couch surfing in Newington, but there's some connection. We are in, I will say, the challenging position of being a connector between two cities. And we often will get folks who just got evicted in New Britain or Hartford or Berlin, wherever, and find easy housing along the Berlin Turnpike, or are homeless along the Berlin Turnpike, and but don't have that prior connection to Newington. So we kind of try and explore that a little bit. We work with the area towns. So if there was a connection with another town, I'm going to call that town and see if we can get them connected with services in that town. The person must be willing to register with 211. 211 is the system that the state of Connecticut has created, the CAN system. They call 211, they do an intake, it's about 10 minutes, takes about an hour to connect for that 10 minutes. And then they'll be given an appointment to meet with a housing specialist. I checked today to see where we were with dates, and it's about a week and a half out. Person's still homeless during this time period. They meet with the housing specialist, who will then try and get them into a shelter. That can take anywhere from a week on a really good day to several weeks to a month out. So we're looking at person with a connection in Newington, being homeless, no solution, for 3 to 4 weeks, again, in an ideal world. So we will also then look at, if we were to assist this person, is this going to be a bridge to an ongoing solution? Or is this just going to make this person unhoused 2 weeks from now instead of today, right? So if we're looking at a pot of money we have, we want to use it for those where we can make ongoing change. We'll look at situations like, is there a change coming up in income? Has Social Security been granted and it's due to come in 3 weeks? Have they secured a job and they're getting their first paycheck? Are they moving in with a family member? Are they, we had one person who came and he was moving to Florida but couldn't go for 3 weeks. So, is there a change that's coming that we can just bridge them to that change? Homelessness solutions. Globally, we need increased affordable housing, increased access to transportation, I've blocked my last thing, but
employment, it says.
Thank you. Increased employment. And that's globally, that's everywhere. That's not just Newington, and that's not anything that we can truly change with the $5,000 that we have to put a Band-Aid on homelessness here in Newington this year. So we're looking at short-term solutions. Again, a Band-Aid on a much larger issue, but at least we are able to put that Band-Aid, right? So we are able to help a few folks. We're looking at that 3 to 4 week period while they're waiting to connect with a shelter. Typically, we're looking at one of the motels along the Berlin Turnpike, which is anywhere from $380 to $400 for a single, or up to 2 people in a hotel room, and $450 to $600 for a family with up to 2 children per week. So going back to our earlier story, if it takes 3 to 4 weeks, we're looking at $1,200 maybe for a single person and $1,600. No, I'm sorry, $1,200 to $1,600 for a single person and $1,500 to $2,000 for a family. Just to bridge them to, if all falls in place nicely, a shelter bed. So that would allow us, with that Band-Aid, to help 4 or 5 individuals or 3 to 4 families. So again, I'm truly grateful. I just want folks to have a sense of the cost in dealing with these issues, and what we can really do with that amount. And we will do it, and we will stretch it as far as we can. Again, that cost can be reduced if we can connect them with income, if we can connect them with a shelter sooner, if we can, so we're trying to get as creative as we can. But under that system that Connecticut has in place with the $5,000, that's kind of the extent of the impact. Now, last fiscal year, we helped 119 unduplicated individuals with housing issues. So not necessarily all of them were homeless, but there was some housing issue presented. Either they needed help with a security deposit, or they were short on rent, or whatever. And that was 316 sessions for those 119 individuals. So again, that's 119 individuals compared to the 4 or 5 that we can help with this. So we're gonna take it and we're gonna do as much as we can with it. But it just, I think, goes to show how big of an issue this is. And while this will certainly help us assist several people, we, I think, at the same time need to move forward in a direction more globally. You and I have sat on meetings where, we need to look at what is that global solution. How can we get more affordable housing statewide, not just in Newington? How do we get employment? How do we get quicker disability income for folks who need it? How do we get folks connected with mental health so that they have the ability to move forward in a plan like this? And then I don't even begin to profess to know all of the answers. So we are always open to anybody's ideas for creative long-term solutions. And I think, again, part of it is going to be moving forward, putting the Band-Aids on, and hopefully doing what we can to impact longer, more permanent change.
Thank you.
Any questions?
So we have a couple. Councilor Gonzalez?
Thank you for everything that you do. I think it's really sad to hear, those numbers, and, what you can do with $5,000 is not a lot. And I'm sorry, that's all we could give you. I wish, I wish personally that we can do more. And I think as a community, people need to understand that this is a real issue, and we need to help out, and we need to do something about it. I'm not going to keep going, but it's just important to me. And I hear you give the prices of what the hotels are charging, and that's ridiculous to me. Somebody needs to help. Somebody needs to step in, whether, we can talk to our state legislators or what, but there's got to be something better than what we're doing right now. There are a lot of homeless people. There was just a fire in Wethersfield, I read, under a bridge because of people who were homeless, and the comments that other people were making just goes to show that people don't necessarily understand. How do you go to a job when you don't have a place to take a shower and make yourself presentable to go to a job? How do you get to this job when you don't even have a roof over your head? There's a lot of things that come into play that people need to understand. So I just wanted to say that, and I'm happy to work with you and help out in any way.
Thank you. And I don't want to say that
That was me saying it, not you.
no, that I appreciate. But I don't want to say that those are the only people we're going to help. I'm just saying that's the difference with this additional money.
It makes
We are
sense.
blessed in Newington to have a community that donates. We have agencies, we have interfaith agencies, we have Jefferson House, we have money coming in so that we are able to help people in addition to this. I just wanted to give you a sense of how far this would go.
Absolutely. And I think it's important for the public to see what the need really truly is. You know, I don't think people all necessarily understand.
And I know, I don't know if I can share, Matthew sent someone my way. And I so wanted to do something, and he was still at the point where he was angry and in the throes of mental health issues and could not bring himself to accept help. So, you know, there's just layers of complications in doing it.
Thank you.
Counselor Page?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And Carol, you're amazing. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. And I think the $5,000, one of the reasons this came about, at least in our caucus, was a discussion with folks in Hartford and the surrounding communities about the systemic nature of houselessness and the lack of affordable housing, as you mentioned. And we know that is, it's a national issue. I think they're estimated to be about 100,000 less units of housing than is needed right now in Connecticut anyway to meet the growing need. And just to keep in mind, town councils in most of the suburban towns around Hartford, including Newington, but all of them, not just Newington, over the last 50 to 70 years, created this problem with our zoning laws, which were restrictive and kept, quote unquote, those people out. Those people are us. I have much more in common with a houseless person than I do the wealthiest people in Connecticut, and I always will, as most of us do, I would wager to say. And so because we created this problem through our immoral zoning laws, we have a responsibility to try to have this conversation in an ongoing way and try to begin to fix the problem we created in an effort to keep those people out and create an affluent suburb. And we see the results in Hartford. We also have Newington residents who go into Hartford using Hartford services, and we wash our hands of them. So I appreciate this conversation, and I know we'll continue it and look for solutions that we can affect through our zoning laws, like looking for more opportunities to leverage affordable housing, whether it's transit-oriented development or other areas in our town that would be appropriate. So thank you very much for everything you're doing. You and your staff are amazing.
Thank you, Mitch.
Counselor Floyd?
Oh, I'm next. Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I thought there was a few before me. Carol, thank you for all the work that you do. Thank you for coming to present this evening. I have a few questions for you. I want to keep myself organized here best I can. So the first one, when we were talking about the eligibility guidelines, of which there are several, it is a tight pot of money. You want to make sure it goes to the folks that need it most. We can all understand that. My one question was with regards to assessing if the assistance is a bridge, whether or not it is a bridge to a solution, let's say. In what percentage of cases, roughly, would you say, does it get to a point where someone comes to Human Services and they are requesting a room for the evening, or, you know, it's a cold night or whatever it might be, and they're requesting access to services, and those services, for whatever reason, but particularly related to this criteria, are not denied, but unavailable to them, given the assessment that it's not a bridge to a solution, or just a Band-Aid? What percentage, roughly, if you have?
In most cases, we are really trying to stick to that as our guideline. That being said, and I think in the case that we talked about, I said certainly it was a 95-degree day, you know, we're going to put someone up for a night. The problem then becomes, right, we need to have that conversation with the person around. We can help you now for a day or two because of the extreme measures, but this isn't an ongoing, we can't, you know, there is no change in sight so that we couldn't help you in an ongoing way. but, we've given tents, we've given sleeping bags, we've given, we've done our best to, like, the elderly person that Kim and I worked with, get her into a shelter, and she got into a shelter within a week, which was amazing. So that was due to all of the input from multi-agencies working together. But clearly that is the method we use for the majority of the cases. So there are cases where, again, we're looking at, okay, I'm going to help you with 2 weeks worth of rent now. 2 weeks from now, if there is no plan in place that we can guide, then you're in the same position now, and we're out helping someone who we maybe could bridge to a solution.
Sure. Great. Thank you for that. That actually brings me to one of my other questions, which is, as it relates to 201, I know that they're, then required, after receiving assistance, to register with 201, utilize their resources. You hear this, I'm sure, from a lot of unhoused people. I hear it too, that 211 is very difficult, can be very difficult to navigate. It can be very difficult to be in an emergency circumstance or ongoing chronic emergency situation and have to wait on the phone for.
And we
2
do
to 3
that with
hours.
folks.
Well, so I was
we
gonna
have
ask,
them.
what is that
Yeah.
relationship like, in
Yeah,
your
so we
department?
have people come into us, the police will sometimes bring someone in, or they'll find their way to us. And, we'll go through that process with them.
Absolutely.
But we do ask that they are willing to go through that process, right? Because that's the connection to ongoing services, shelter, ultimately working with case managers at the shelters to get into permanent housing.
Absolutely. Great. Another question I had was just with regards to our relationship with motels. Obviously, we work for, certainly emergency placement, but other kind of temporary placement in service of eventually getting someone into a shelter bed. What is that relationship like now? Is it formalized in any way? Is it just, we call whoever picks up, hopefully we can, grab a bed? And I ask this partly in service to your question, which is with regards to those rates, those high rates. I mean, I imagine relative to the Holiday Inn or the Marriott that they're, certainly less.
Yeah.
But they're still quite steep. And for, agencies like yours and others that are dealing with finite budgets, I wonder if in the process of formalizing that relationship, there could be potentially some opportunity for negotiation or whatever it might be, given the limited resources. So what is that relationship like right now?
I have the cell phone numbers of both the owners of 4 different motels in town, and they'll find a room if we have a need. Is there flexibility on amount? Yeah, maybe $20 a week or something, there's like that level of flexibility, but we're still looking at $350 a week, which when you compare it to, $90 a week at Holiday Inn, we're still looking at a savings. Is that something that, we could explore a contract with or something possibly? We probably have, so out of those 119 housing issues, probably I'd say 15 to 20 were homeless situations. I have instructed staff to break, we've added a new category so that we'll be able to break that down further, not to just housing, but specifically to homeless. But we are fortunate, I guess, that not all of the housing issues we deal with are with folks who are currently unhoused.
And of those, thank you for that. Of those 119 unduplicated, well, I should not say of those, they're unduplicated. How often are folks returning to your office with chronic housing insecurity issues? Is it of that 119, is it?
So it's
40%?
119 unduplicated and 316 sessions.
Sure.
So that means 3 sessions per person roughly. That could mean they came back twice for 2 different situations. That could mean that it took us 3 sessions to get their current housing situation solved. So I don't can't really give you good numbers on
That gives
that.
me a better idea. Thank you for that. Thank you again for all the work that you do. You know, I mean, like you said in your last slide, a lot of this is above our pay grade.
Yeah.
And it's above what we're able to effectuate here. A lot of what we can do are those Band-Aids. But I also reject that a bit too. I think there's a lot of work we can do when it comes to affordable housing, when it comes to, you know, really great ideas around, as Councilor Page said, how we look at our zoning, how
Yeah.
we review opportunities for rent caps, how we, you know, incentivize property owners or developers when it comes to affordable housing. There's some really great work that we could do when it comes to housing insecurity, because people have a right to housing.
Right.
And it's painful. I know for you as a department, and we've talked about this before,
Mhm.
to have to turn someone away,
Mhm.
knowing that they are in legitimate and serious need, just because the pot of money's tight and because there are no other options available to them. So as I've said before, as others have said before, we've got to prevent you from having to make more of those really, really tight, tough choices to the extent that we possibly can. And a lot of that's going to be, you know, much larger conversations around how we deal with housing.
I agree. And I think we need to move forward in the two directions at once, right? So we need to look at the globally, how do we solve this? How do we impact big change? And yet locally, with the small Band-Aids that we do have, how do we give folks dignity? The folks that we are able to help, oh my God, that appreciation and that sense of peace and comfort for even that short period of time carries you. Like, so even though I recognize it's a Band-Aid, I know that it impacts change for people too.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Rada?
Thank you. Well, the work you do, to me, it's magic, because we've worked together, and I don't know, you pull rabbits out of hats, and I don't know how you do it, but you do it. I'm kind of on the other end. It's the on the street, the outreach. You know, you get people coming to you. I get people coming to me too. But
you bring them to us.
Yes, and we'll have a conversation about that. Affordable housing certainly is a huge issue, and it's something that we've all talked about. The tiny houses that were erected.
The presentation we saw, yeah.
We've been talking about this, but they were erected in New Haven, and because they don't meet housing codes, they're shut down. So all these, where are people going? On any given evening, working in Hartford, if it's a family, the work I do, there's one shelter in Vernon Rockville area that might have space for a family. That's it. Nothing in Hartford, at least right now. Shelter space is at a premium. Sometimes it's non-existent. And we have to work with that. And it's, excuse me, it's putting Band-Aids on a gaping wound. Sometimes you can put a bigger Band-Aid on. Sometimes it's a smaller Band-Aid. But there is appreciation. There's also frustration. And I know working with folks who have multiple issues and concerns creates an even more difficult situation. And I just thinking about what you do and what we have been able to offer this year, we're hoping maybe next year it'll be a little bit more and a little bit more. And to think about shelter solutions. Yeah, there are the motels on the Berlin Turnpike. There are hotels and motels on the Silestein Highway where people, and matter of fact, the folks that were suffered the fire at their encampment I don't know if they're still there, but they were able to be housed at one of the hotels.
And that's something where regionalization, like we work closely with the 4 towns in our Central Connecticut Health District, might allow us to impact change.
I'm looking forward to a bigger conversation among these towns. We've kind of started having them. when we were talking, having the opioid meetings, but there's much more that can be done. And we need to work together, but I just want to thank you and your staff for everything that you do. And I think it opens the eyes of folks here in Newington who think, we don't have any homeless people here. We don't have any people who are housing insecure. We don't have any people who are couch surfing, and that's just not the case. It's not just Hartford, Bridgeport, the bigger cities. We're seeing this everywhere, and thank you for what you're doing.
Oh, thank you.
Councilor Jacob.
No, Carol, I just want to say, just the enthusiasm of you talking, you took that $5,000 and impacted 4 lives. I mean, it's like you gave them $5 million. What you've been able to do with such a small amount, and I'm just very impressed because it was a small amount. I mean, I think of my own, bills and whatever, and the impact that you made on 4 people. Maybe it was only for a night, maybe it was for a month, maybe whatever, but you did something with that money, and I could just see.
It was your idea, so thank you.
No, but I could just see, just from the way you talk and the look on your face, it went both ways. The gift that you gave them, but they gave you back a gift.
Oh, for sure.
I don't know, I just enjoyed listening to you talk today, so thank you for all your work.
Oh, thank you.
Councilor Mankey.
I won't belabor it, but thank you, Carol, for all you do for us. It's one of the, it's not the most attention-getting department we have, but it's certainly the most impactful department. And I appreciate all your efforts and all your staff's efforts.
Thank you.
Councilor Nagel.
I'd like to thank you also for all the work that you have done, and the appreciation you've shown her here is greatly appreciated by us, even though it's a small amount to be able to work with. And I've also seen you act in the same way for smaller donations and gifts that people have given, and you have given back to them to not only make them feel good about giving a gift, but knowing that it is deeply appreciated by you and ultimately those people you serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us so late tonight, Carol. We really, really appreciate it.
You're
I
welcome.
wish we could have done more. That's all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We will.
Definitely. We will.
I agree. We will work together.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Technology, however. not- Okay.
That's way above all of our pay grade.
What was it?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carol. Moving on to written oral communications from town manager and other town agencies.
Keep it very brief and reserve my longer report for the next meeting. If anybody's traveled through town and you're traveling down East Robbins or Robbins and you try to make a left turn onto Main Street from either direction, that intersection can be a challenge. We did receive word from the DOT that they are undertaking a project where they're going to replace that signal, the traffic signal, and that traffic signal is going to have dedicated left turn arrow. So you could turn left at that intersection. So that's good news. And then everything else is safe, but just very quickly, earlier in the meeting, Councilor Page indicated that he reached out to Senator Blumenthal about the Safe Street grant progress. And I just got, for the corridor, for the study in that area. And I just got an email from town planner with a little bit of information on that. So I thought I'd pass that along. It is in the scoping, RFP drafting and agreement drafting stage. Right now, the ball is actually in our court for the staff. We are looking at the plans for Cedar Street and are beginning our review of them tomorrow to provide a solid base for the study. So we're not using the study money for them to research documents that we can get ourselves. So the staff is doing the work on that now, and then we'll pass the ball back to them. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Council liaison and committee reports. Oh, Council Boyd.
I'm sorry, just one thing. The Arts Committee met just on
Yesterday.
Monday. What a long
Yesterday.
meeting. Jeez. Just yesterday. Had a very productive discussion it was myself, Deputy Mayor Rada, Mayor Trister, and Councilor Bedrejko were there. You know, this initiative has been turning its wheels for some time, moving forward, doing great work. We have some really enthusiastic members of that committee with a breadth of knowledge and expertise. And I think yesterday we had a breakthrough
Yes.
towards a lot of those goals. So I'm really looking forward to what that work's going to look like moving forward. You know, stay tuned.
I'll add to that, our town planner, Paul Dixon, joined the committee. Whether he knows it or not, Paul, we expect to see you at every meeting now
That's
because
right.
he's so helpful and such a resource. We met with who will be our SO, will help direct an initiative that we're all working on that involves identifying and developing a arts and culture district here in our community, but also, and this is thanks to Jim Lake of the Historical Society and Gail, and all of us having these conversations, that we can kind of mesh together arts, culture, which includes the history of the community, and finding out that there are a lot of really exciting and interesting resources that might be available to us, that just does nothing but expand and increase the vibrancy of the community. So I don't know if you or Mayor have anything more to say.
Yes, covered it. Matt said, stay tuned. We're bringing something forward, Bob.
I should add, I'm sorry, the Permanent Municipal Building Commission Review Ordinance Review Subcommittee. I say it 3 times fast and I don't even say it right. It met last week. We'll meet again next week. We're continuing to do great work. Just didn't want that to fall off the radar.
Any other updates? All right, we'll move on to public participation. If you're in the room and like to participate in public participation, please step up to the microphone and state your name and address for the record. If you're over Zoom, please use the raise hand function.
Colleen Kelly, 20 Harold Drive. Good interactive meeting, by the way, so kudos to all of you, and everything's working, other technology is working, so that's a very positive. I wanted to mention something about the pool, and it was a great presentation. Oh, the person left, but it was a great presentation, and I did have a question, well, comments and questions. I think it would be very helpful, and probably it's in the plans, to show the public the layout of the new pool and splash pad. So when I looked at it today, I'll have to tell you, the first thing I thought of was, oh no, what happens to Extravaganza? Does it need to be reconfigured? Do we need more money to, I mean, I don't know. That was just my first thought. And it's just something for a conversation for everyone. He said, you know, the land is still going to be there, only 2% is going to be used, but there definitely is going to be a reconfiguration of where the carnival is, where people walk in. It's like, oh, the pool is right here now. People used to stand by that fence. I don't go downtown anymore. I go to Indian Hill. So people used to stand by the, it's a better view. I don't know, less traffic by the fence or at the library sitting. So does that impact anything? And I don't see this as a negative. I'm just bringing it up as something to talk about. And is there more money to have to reconfigure things? I think that's probably it. I have lots of things to talk about, but I think we've talked a lot tonight and it's been a long meeting. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colin.
Hello, Jason Hip,
54 Woodmere Road. So a few things that I wanted to mention, I guess, about the poll. Currently on the website, the document that's up there, it's document 8494. It's dated May 2020. It's inconsistent to kind of what was shown tonight. The gentleman ended up showing a document. It showed May 2021. So I was wondering, is there any opportunity to go and update the presentation on the website so it's consistent so everybody can see, please? Two is, I'm going to go off of the information that was presented here tonight. So from the document that the gentleman presented, it was May 2021. The bottom line cost is going to be 11.65 million. Now, I ended up going to the consumer price index for the government, and I ended up inputting that number and getting the new number for June 2024. That updated number is 13.59 million, which is, I guess, almost a 20% increase. And he said that it's going to take 2 years to go and complete this. So if you take that cost and compound it 4% for those 2 years, now we're up to $14.7 million. So I wonder if we can go and get an update to, I guess, what numbers are we actually talking to the gentleman's presentation for 2021 that he presented tonight. So a few things is whenever Ian's end up going out to bid for a contract, I'm sure that Ian's upgraded, whether it be the windows in your house, maybe a fence in a yard, maybe a bathroom or a kitchen. Usually, at least me, I go out and get three assessments from 3 different contractors to kind of see what the story is. For this one here, I kind of feel like it's just one shoe. So kind of going off of what Councilor Mankey ended up saying, oh yeah, we have to go and fix the muffler or shoes or the tires or whatever on a car. The way I kind of see this is, oh yeah, here we need to go and you need a car, right? Here you go, you got a Mercedes Benz. That's it. So like I kind of feel like we're getting one presentation. I don't think that we're getting a broad scope of options. So again, I know I've said a few times, maybe we should have 2 or 3 different consultants come in to give different options to the layout that we currently have. I know the gentleman was saying that the pole's falling apart, and I know that we've ended up seeing Apollo 13 and the Martian. So if you throw a bunch of engineers together, they can come up with pretty creative ideas to figure out what's the best solution to go forward. So again, like getting more of a group think to get better options. Also, I know that they're going to go ahead and, from what was given, what's going to be the operating costs on a given season? That's another question that I had. I know looking on the website right now, the pool's only open for 7 weeks, June 14th through August 14th. So I was kind of wondering, is there any opportunity to extend it out to Labor Day or something like that? So be able to use it only for 7 months or 7 weeks during a year kind of seems like a short amount of time. And then also I know I'm coming up on time, but the wall and then the sliding. To me, it seems like if you get kids up on a higher thing, they could fall off. So I was wondering, I apologize going over, but any kind of liability due to having those pieces up there, because I don't want anybody to fall. I don't want to have anybody get hurt, and I don't want any insurance costs to come up on your behalf. And so I'm sorry I went over time, but thank you very much.
Bob Tallard, 32 Edmund Street. Being the mayor, being the deputy mayor, councilors. First thing that I wanted to address is When I sit where I sit back there, and I sit back there for a reason, the people that are at the table behind me are constantly talking. And I can't hear you guys. The audio in this room is bad enough as it is. And they have their own little, so I'm hearing 2 town council meetings, Mayor, at one time in stereo, when I only came to hear one. So I would appreciate it if the people in the room would respect other people, because I sit where I sit, like I said, for strategic reasons. And the second thing that I wanted to talk about was, Tim, if you have enough money to buy 2 cars, can you loan me some money so I could buy one? Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, AJ.
Hello, my name is Diane Stam, 104 Steeplechase Drive, Newington, Connecticut. The first thing I'd like to say is these comments are my individual comments. Many of you know I also serve on the library board. So I understand the whole concept of conceptual designs and timelines and what have you. I am in favor of a new pool. I think our Mill Pond pool and probably even our Churchill pool are in very sad shape and they need updates. What I think happens now, we saw the conceptual design, and I'm going to go with a car analogy. That's like bringing your car into the repair shop and you happen to walk you through the front lines where they have all the new shiny cars and you go home with a pamphlet and you're like, I want that. But when it comes right down to it, there's a lot of other things that you have to figure out. Some of the things that I see with the pool, I do not like the placement of where it is. I'm not 100% sure of what that is because I haven't seen the diagrams. Many times, it's easier to see it if you can see what's happening from Garfield, and we don't have that view. I did see that if you go across the crosswalk, the way that you get to the pool is right there. I grew up and I learned how to swim in Churchill Park, but guess what? What I remember is standing in a line around the pool house waiting to get in. So I don't know what we're doing from a safety aspect from that. Safety zones, all of this for traffic. If you're coming into the Mill Pond Park from anywhere else, you're walking across the park, going to Garfield to get in from the way that pool was represented in the conceptual design. I understand it's conceptual, but I think that these are things that town council not only has to look at now, but you have to continue to look at as this proposal goes forward, as it goes to building committees. There's been nothing done for safety zones. There's been no drop-off zone that I think would help mitigate a lot of issues of total access for everyone. I mean, how can we have a zero entry pool, but no way to really get somebody, dropped off in a safe manner along Garfield Street as it is? One other thing, I think that we're blocking the view. We keep talking about open space in the park, but I think the open space is once you get in the park. In 1970, I had friends that moved to Newington and they saw our seal with the waterfall. They spent 3 years trying to find the waterfall because we hadn't done the nice parks and grounds things that we had around there. And I think that we are in danger when we block off Garfield Street of doing that. Somebody else mentioned extravaganza. When I was at Extravaganza, I was noticing what was happening. What do you do for emergency traffic? How do you get people in? How do you get people out? What happens from that end? I would say, if we could kick it over, yeah, it might be easier with water tables. There's a lot of drainage. There's other things that go on in the park from the neighboring areas. I think all of that has to be taken into consideration. And I think at this point, it's town council's job to make sure that we follow the procedures right to get it on referendum if that's where it's going. We have to make sure that all the timing is there. We have to make sure that the public notice happens, that the public hearings happen, because you don't want anybody to come back and say, we didn't do it right and it's not valid. We can't do that. Other comments today, pricing. Do we have the right construction costs? Do we not? We're talking about maybe letting Churchill go, but having so many more people in town, so many more people in Mill Pond, that's going to add to the congestion that's already in this area that's been brought up several times in meetings. So again, town council, building committees,
If this goes on referendum, we have to make sure it's gone on right. If it goes to the building committee, we have to make sure that nothing gets pushed to the side. Yes, we lived through the town hall renovation. That was difficult. It was done. We didn't have parking. Now we don't have enough parking. I just think that there are a lot of things that need to be added into those designs. And I think it's up to town council to make sure that the conceptual designs are safe designs and take into all sorts of traffic consideration. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Jen.
Hi, Bill McCarthy, 206 Churchill Drive. I said in the opening comments about the my opinions on the pool, that it was a bonding issue and a referendum question. I still believe that that's what's going on. That we have a pool committee for a reason, and the reason was that so they could work with the engineers and the conceptual people on what the plan is. The town council is supposed to do their part and get it to the community for a vote. If that vote cannot happen with this national election that's coming up in November, then we have a choice of waiting until next year or a special election. We have to follow all the little rules that Mr. Nagel was saying as far as notifications, and Jamie was saying about public hearings and everything like that. That's a very tight schedule for the rest of this year. I don't want to say, well, we've waited this long, we can wait a little longer, but it's almost like that. It's like, to do it right, we would need 20 million to get both pools done. Conservatively. We're asking for 12 million. That's not a lot of money when it comes right down to improving the Mill Pond area. I think that it's probably in our best interest to get this onto the referendum for November, if at all possible. I don't know that logistically if it's going to be able to fit in, but that's it on the pool. Homelessness, my God, I think that we underestimate this problem considerably. I would consider the people that live in those motels on the Berlin Turnpike are all homeless because they don't have any choice. If we want to socially engineer something, then the town has to take responsibility and actually create some sort of housing like New Haven did, which turned into a fiasco. But changing gears altogether, the town planner talked about CRCOG, which will be, some of their letters are going to be presented at the TVZ tomorrow. And I just liked his update about the new policy program, whatever you call it, that they're putting out. I was at the Conservation Committee meeting last week, and they were talking about the bridge going over the falls because people are concerned about trees. And that threw me over the edge. It was like, we need to take care of our trees. And then one of the last lines on his presentation today was that they want to get some arborists involved with forest planning. There's no reason that we should have. I live down near Churchill Park, and the last storm, a big tree came down, took out power, la-di-da, la-di-da. That was because it was a dead and/or diseased tree. If they go along with this new proposal, then we're going to be able to take care of some of those trees and keep on top of it and hopefully prevent further outages. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Leanne Mankey, 112 Northwood Road. I'm here with my own comments, but just for complete disclosure, I am on the library board. So I have a unique bird's eye view when I'm over at the library, looking over at the park. First of all, let me say I support new pools in town, absolutely. I took lessons at Churchill when I was a kid. My children went through Mill Pond. We've used the parks for years, and I know they're in dire straits. However, I have a really hard time getting behind the current location on Garfield. I have some real concerns. First of all, being over at the library, parking is at a premium right now. When we have activities going on at Town Hall and at the library and the senior center, you can drive around looking for a parking place and there's nothing from the police department on up. Adding the pool at Garfield and not having parking as part of this project is a serious concern for me. There should be a lot for this because, let's face it, you could say they're going to park over on Browning or they're going to park at OFI, but people will park as close as they can get so they can bring things in. So parking needs to be addressed within this. Another concern I have, and this is again from being on the library board, but my own personal opinion, there are water issues that we confronted when we put the parking lot in on our land. The water between Hart Lane and the library builds up, comes down into the Garfield town lot and sits. There was severe drainage issues, and that water runs down and under Garfield and somewhere out through the park, whether it goes to the pond or whatever. My concern is that flow is right in your aspect of the build that is being proposed. This needs to be, I'm not saying I know the answer, but we had people on Hart Lane underwater in their backyard and they weren't very happy with the library because it was a runoff situation. So those are the kind of things that I'm not necessarily about the water table at the Garfield location. I'm wondering about impact on the neighbors. So that should be addressed. Again, I know that putting a parking lot in would probably take up more than that 2% additional, but it does have to be addressed. I've been on several building committees in my lifetime, whether professionally or here in town, and parking is usually one of the aspects that has to be done in a building project. So I would ask that. And as I said, I would like to see an impact study as to the surrounding, what will happen. And also I'd like to commend Carol and the Human Services Department. They do an amazing job.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the room or over Zoom that would like to speak in public participation? No?
Hello, everybody. Matthew Braddock, 69 Autobahn. I'd like to start by thanking everybody for their participation so far today. As the last couple of speakers mentioned, obviously a lot of important things going on from the ADA to the work with homelessness and stuff like that. Clearly really jam-packed meeting. So even to the council, thank you guys for obviously a very late night tonight, a lot of things going on. Previous speakers mentioned parking, obviously a really important concern. That's something that I talked at the last full committee about, is looking at the parking, looking at the foot traffic that already exists on Garfield and what's that going to look like. One question that I have just based on conversation, communication tonight was the idea that the plan is fluid and there's not really a true design to it yet. I'm a little confused by these comments because to my understanding, we'd be bringing the budget to a vote in November and the budget is tied to the design as it's presented tonight. That design as presented tonight doesn't include that parking or that security or the things that we've talked about as being a really important aspect to the project. So what's going to happen after this goes through to create those other needs that go along with it? I feel like the public deserves an opportunity to vote on those aspects of the budget in addition to the aspects of the pool. Question was raised earlier, or a comment was made earlier, that we should bring the question to the public of, do they want pools? The answer is yes. We need new pools. It's been very, very clear over all the research, all the presentations that have been done. The pools are not satisfactory as they now. People are going to want new pools. People are going to need new pools. They're very, very important to everybody in town. But we want to really look at the whole picture of what does that pool project and what does that park project look like, not just what is the current aquatics development look like. On the subject of Churchill, two quick things on that. Number one, the comments made about the bathhouse and bathrooms changing facilities at Churchill are concerning. If we're going to be putting a new splash pad there, obviously people are going to look for a place to change, comfort stations, places to do their business while at Churchill. It's really important that those match what there is there. Nobody wants to go to a brand new facility and not have the auxiliary needs taken care of while they're there. In addition, if Mill Pond is fully redone, fully brand new, obviously that's going to attract a lot more traffic than Churchill. To use the car analogy that's been beaten so far tonight, if you have two new cars, one of them is an old jalopy and one of them is the brand new Mercedes, people are going to drive the brand new Mercedes, right? So I'm concerned that that will skew the numbers at Churchill. And previous comments said that if Churchill isn't being utilized or is no longer needed, then there might not be as much care or repair put in that moving forward. So of course, people are going to be attracted to the new Mill Pond pool. I don't want that to skew our view of whether or not Churchill is still needed moving forward. So I just think that these are important things to consider before actually pushing it over to that referendum, which I do think is important. I do support the project. I do think that it should go to the town vote, but I really want the townspeople to get a full picture of what they're actually voting on and what that final product is going to look like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brittany Carr, 81 Mountain View Drive. I'll make this quick because it's past everyone's bedtime and the last presenter did such a great job. Thank you all for your presentations, your feedback. I think it was very insightful talking about the affordable housing statistics came out today that actually in Connecticut, you need to make $35 an hour to afford a two bedroom, one bath. So it's definitely getting crazy out there and I'm glad we're looking into the homeless population and doing something about that to assist and giving back to the community, which is why we're all here. Going to the pool project, which has been the hot topic of the night, I agree that we need to put it in front of the people. I definitely believe we need new pools. The conditions they are in are unfathomable. And I feel like this is something we should have done years ago. I know a lot of people are saying Churchill doesn't matter. Let's just look at Mill Pond. You know, 12 million is better to swallow than 20 million or 21 million. But I think we need to take a step back and look at the big picture because one thing affects another. So going to the July 1st meeting that the pool committee had, looking at stats, the population's 30,000. We're thinking a 10% growth or 3,000 people. 22,000 visits in 8 weeks go to church. 22,000 visits in 8 weeks go to the Mill Pond. So if you break that down, that's 400 visits per pool per day or 800 total. Now going to what was just talked about, people are going to see the new pool. So you have those 400 at Churchill. How much do we think are going to go to Mill Pond now? And then that's not taking into consideration that 10%. So if we take 50% of that 10%, we're talking another 187 people on top of that, which might lead to overcrowding, overuse of the pool systems, things like that. So this brings it back to the big picture. When you do something for the first time, do it right. You don't want to have to keep reinventing the wheel, taking time to say, well, years ago, we should have just done both because we didn't take into account all these people now coming to Mill Pond. And I'm no expert here, but growing up as a kid, my dad was in construction. He's a property manager and we used to go to sites and he always explained how, for example, you have a landscaper come regrade the property. You have to think about how that drainage might affect another structure. Same thing with this project. This pool is going to affect the other pool. And I think That's why there's so much concern around it, because we want to do it right the first time. We don't want to reinvent the wheel and another 20 years go by. Second, in a liability standpoint, after being in the legal field for the past 7 years in insurance defense, I know we said no lifeguards at the splash pools. There were going to be cameras. I think, and this might seem like common sense, we need signs, obviously, that say no lifeguard, but also the assumption of risk as much as we can, because people unfortunately file lawsuits, and that's going to increase our premiums and everything like that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Dana Havens, 113 Stoddard Avenue. I'm going to be briefing, even briefer than I planned on, because she touched on things much better than I would have touched on them myself. So let me just scroll and skip here. I know. I'm going to skip over to the part about the overcrowded pools. As a parent, I had difficulty using Mill Pond pools and even the park when the 250 campers were there, and they would come into the pool. It got very crazy, and arms and legs flying everywhere, and and now Bill has mentioned at meetings and even here tonight that the campers at Churchill will be coming to this pool as well. So now we're talking 500 children that we need to find places for in the park and in the pool. Now, that does not, because I'm saying this, does not mean I don't think that they deserve that pool. It just means that the rest of us who are either stay-at-home parents, grandparents, or parents that work opposite shifts and have our children home deserve to have a nice, fun, peaceful park to play in as well. And I think, closing Churchill would negate that. Also, Sandy Navis said that the committee discussed the other options. I'd like to know when that was, at what meeting it was at. Was it another email meeting? Because I was at every other public meeting and you guys never discussed the options, as I just said earlier. And I wish the architect hadn't left, because I find one statement that he made difficult to believe. And he said that the other options that were out there were temporary fixes. And I don't believe that's true, because options 2 and 3 involved laying a new pool into the existing pool, or 3 was completely gutting the existing pool and pouring a new one. So I don't think that really was a temporary fix. And there are other options out there that were never discussed. And that's it.
Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive, and I'd like to also address not being able to hear from the back. And I sit back there because I choose to have a table so I can write things down on. It may be that there's conversations behind Mr. Tallard, but there's also conversations in front of Mr. Tallard. And quite honestly, I hope the first thing I see on your budget next year is microphones for yourselves or speakers for the back. I don't know if they can hear me with this mic. I could hear every speaker up here as long as they didn't turn like this. But what's happening at the table here is you're looking at one another, and I see it seems like it's every other one. I have to record this so that when I go home, I can hear what you're saying. As for the homelessness situation, I had a friend of mine that had an issue, and another girl who was a college student who was not able to go home because of a home situation. And I worked with the Department of Housing, and they were very cooperative in giving me some information about rental assistance. And Carol was as wonderful as she always is. So I'm glad to see that we're doing something about that.
I'm having deja vu here. I'm going back to the town hall reno project, hearing about cars. And I remember my friend Mady, who's not here, talking about the Etzels, the Fords, the Cadillacs, and it took 4 years and plenty of meetings to get to where we were when we went to referendum. And now we've got a building, not more than 4 years later, that we still don't have enough room in, and then we're going to OFI. As far as the pools, I've been around long enough to listen to the first presentation about Churchill 10 years ago, 9 years ago, how it got to be a $9 million project. And today it's not as bad as Mill, but we're still going to keep it open. I get the frustration. If you think you're frustrated, Mr. DeMayo, I'm frustrated and sitting listening to it over and over and over again. I want something done. It needs to be done. But if you were just going to rubber stamp what was brought to this council in 2023, why did we disband the Mill Pond Park Building Committee? Why didn't we just put new people in? I don't get it. And it just started the process all over again. How we get to referendum to do this, it's going to be tricky. And I have to agree with the other people that spoke that I'd rather spend 20 million and know that we've got the project right. I've heard discussions at the mill or the town pool committee meetings about parking. Oh, well, don't worry about the parking because we have a grant. Do you know how many times that grant has been spent in the last 8 years that we've had it? Wait until the town hall is built, wait until this, wait until that. We just keep waiting and waiting. I get the need to do it, but it has to be done right. Again, my sympathies to the library because at the first town hall reno committee meeting, I saw the conceptual designs for the library that I never knew existed. And the entrance was facing the park. My first question to the town hall reno committee, does the library know about this? Are they on board? The answer was yes. That was not the truth. So I want everything on the table for the residents before they vote on this. And that's the only way that I can vote yes. Thank you.
Anybody else in the room or Zoom who would like to speak in public participation? Seeing none, we move on to remarks by councilors. Councilors, any remarks at all? Oh, Councilor Floyd.
Just very briefly, want to thank everybody for coming out. I think there's some really important substantive comments that were made that I want to be clear, despite the seeming full speed ahead of this project and the urgency, the real urgency that there is to get it done. I'm taking those comments very seriously. So thank you for coming out and sharing them. Just one other thing, this was not relative to these comments this evening, but I should have said it at the last meeting. At the last meeting, at that table, there were slurs uttered relative to some members of our community, some members of our Newington community. That is unacceptable behavior in this building or anywhere else in our town. We have rules of procedure. They are very open when it comes to what is appropriate behavior at that table, and that's important. People have a freedom of speech that is important to preserve. But we will not accept, and I certainly can't speak for the whole council, but I will speak for myself, that I will not accept those kind of comments brought to this council or into this space that is owned and the home of all of us here in Newington equally, on an equal basis, to be brought to that table is completely inappropriate. And I hope it never happens again. And just relative to the hatred and incivility that we see in our communities across the country, just go back and look at the news for the past 2 weeks. All the more reason why we should not tolerate that kind of nonsense in this building or anywhere else. We need to be productive, we need to be respectful, and we need to appreciate people's humanity and dignity. That's it. Thank you.
Councilor Nagel?
Yes, once again, thank you to everyone, no matter what side you were on or what your position happened to be, with expressing it and doing it in a more or less calm fashion, in a clear fashion. I do agree with those who say do it right and look at the big picture as opposed to just jumping ahead with something. And as I've said before, everything has become clearer to me, especially during about the pool project, than it was at the beginning of this meeting, and I do appreciate that. Unrelated to that, a few other things. The public should be aware of parking regulations on several state roads on the side of them and local town streets. People are parking right next to the road. There may not be a no parking sign, but it does obstruct the view from side streets. And I've seen it happen not only in my neighborhood and in others. And it's just waiting for an accident to happen if you're coming out a side street onto a major street if a car is parked and is blocking you. So please be aware of those things. Recently, because of national things that have happened, it was mentioned that poll workers may be at risk during elections. I realize we're a small town, but we're still important. And I would appreciate it if the town, be it the registrar of voters or Jamie, you, to once again to assure poll workers that they are safe. We have workers at the polls that have worked for many years, and they are older, and they've expressed concerns to me about their safety. I don't want it to be out in the public here because that creates a whole other problem possibly. Last but not least, I was in paying my taxes the other day, as indeed all of us may have been. And while I was there, I happened to see the town clerk, and he invited me in to see a project that is funded by ARPA, the new shelves and books and whatever that really improve that vault space. And it was really impressive to see physically what we had approved of and was given through ARPA funds. And I wanted to share that with all of you, and maybe you want to stop by and look to someone on the council. I don't know if they let the public in that vault or not, but okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Hey, Scott, it's all of ours.
Yeah, we're all.
Yeah, mine too.
All right.
We just had a tech issue up here.
Nothing.
Megan is going so well.
All right, any other remarks by counselors? No. All right, very good. No informational items today. Moving on to the last item, Deputy Mayor Rado, would you please read the resolution?
I would be happy to.
There.
Resolved that the Newington Town Council, in accordance with Connecticut General Statute 1-206A, hereby moves to go into executive session and invites the town council members, the mayor, and Randy Frank and Richard Brown consultants to discuss a personnel issue, town manager recruitment.
Second.
Second by Counselor Filiaki, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we are, motion carries unanimously. We're in executive session. Thanks, everyone, for coming. All right, we are back from executive session. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion
You have
by
to ask
Council
for
Fleur,
public-
second by
Do you have
Deputy
to
Mayor.
ask for public participation?
No. No discussion. Motion by Council Fleur, second by Deputy Mayor Rada. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
You're adjourned at 12:03 a.m. Great job tonight.
All right.
Job, everyone.
5 minutes.
Good night.